messages so that we save on time. I see Honorable Senator for Nairobi is about to ask for a translation. That is a song. Again, we were unable to put it into any translation, but perhaps the committee can be guided by an expert. But I'll also ask the governor to briefly comment on that video. Honorable Governor, in that video, do you recognize the day that was?
That is the very day before the impeachment debate.
So you're saying before the impeachment proceedings?
Yes.
What time of the morning did that video start circulating, to the best of your knowledge?
It was around 8 in the morning.
Around 8 in the morning. And the MCAs are chanting a particular song.
Chair, those are leading questions. The council can ask the witness what time did this event happen. But when he asks what time of the morning, he has already given the answer to the witness that it was in the morning. So council is testifying from the bar.
The reason why I said morning.
That objection is upheld.
Most obliged.
You are a lawyer trained to ask questions, isn't it?
Thank you, Chair. Only that the event of the impeachment was set to take place at 10 a.m. and she said before the impeachment proceedings. That means before 10. But nevertheless, Honorable Mwangaza, what time of the day were those MCAs singing that song?
It was very early in the morning, around 8 a.m.
Around 8 a.m.
Yes.
Before the impeachment proceedings?
Yes.
And are you able to understand the words in your local dialect, what they are saying?
I'm able to understand.
What are they saying?
That is the Kimeru traditional or songs that were meant to bury or to curse someone. And that's why they were dressed in white and black, led to bury the same day.
So they are saying they are going to bury you?
Yes.
They have also made certain references to other people. Are you able to tell which other person is being made reference to?
Yes, my husband.
What are they saying about your husband?
They have never seen a woman that is meant to cry by the husband.
Thank you. Can we now play the next video, that is B? Can we lastly play D? Can we lastly play video D? what is that song speaking to?
Speaking about kaende kaende, meaning that they will have to move forward and not backward.
Thank you. C, finally. Can we have C? One would be forgiven that the MCAs are in a church. Can you confirm where the MCAs are when they are singing?
In the County Assembly of Meru.
They are inside the County Assembly of Meru?
Yes.
And that was the same day when they were set to impeach you?
It is the same day.
What song is being played inside the County Assembly?
That's a Kikuyu song, praising God, and then saying that after victory, the name of the Lord shall be praised. So they are anticipating for a victory.
You have been a member of parliament for 5 years. Is that behavior parliamentary in nature?
No.
It is not. And did you expect to have a fair hearing before such a tribunal or a committee or a house?
No.
No. Why do you feel that you do not have had fair hearing before the MCAs in Meru?
Because they had already made a choice.
Thank you. So they had already made a determination on
Yes.
your impeachment motion. Thank you very much. Very briefly, I want to take you through the 6 charges and in a very summary form, give your response to each of them. 1, you have been accused of nepotism and illegal appointments. And to this extent, I want to ask you specifically, are you guilty of nepotism and illegally appointing your husband or spouse
Not
to
guilty.
a county office?
Not guilty.
Did you appoint your husband to a county office?
No.
In what position did you appoint your husband to?
I only appointed him as the ambassador of Hustlers of Meru and then the patron of MYS.
Is that appointment in a county office?
No, it isn't.
What were you intending the first gentleman to do in the appointment that you gave him?
The patron, as we know, or as I believe, is a person who assists, gives aid, supports financially, socially, and expected the first gentleman to assist our youth in Meru County.
Specifically on the issue of the Meru Youth Service, was it your intention for the first gentleman to overshadow or take over the mandate of the board?
No.
What would have been the role of the first gentleman in the discharge of his duties towards the Meru Youth Service?
It is to help the young men and women financially and also give them moral support.
So it was for moral support and, where possible, assist them financially.
Yes.
Are you aware of other initiatives by other first ladies or first gentlemen that have similar initiatives?
Yes, I'm aware.
You're aware. Were the other previous governors in Meru, or rather had the other previous governors in Meru appointed their spouses for similar initiatives?
They did. They had offices, they had vehicles, and everything.
Thank you. Does the first gentleman draw any salary or remuneration from the county government of Meru?
He has never drawn any coin from the county government of Meru.
Thank you. Let us briefly move on to the issue of roadside appointments, and I want to put them together. You have been accused of recruiting workers in Timau, specifically firefighters, and I think this is important that you confirm to the committee. Did you or did you not appoint firefighters at Timau?
I did not.
You did not. But, Honorable Governor, you made pronouncements that were understood to mean that you recruited firefighters in that event, and that evidence was brought before this committee. What did you do at Timau?
At Timau, through my Okorea program, I identified some young men and ladies who will be of great help to Timau area and who understands the geographical area of Timau to assist the county government or even to make calls to our office, that is Okorea office, so that we can liaise with the county government to assist.
So, in a very summary form, what would be the role played by these people you recruited at Timau?
To make calls to our office.
To make calls to your office?
Yes, that is the Okorea office.
Why was it necessary for them to make calls, and calls in respect to what assignment?
Because they understand the area.
They understand the area.
Yes.
Was there any particular issue with the fire or firefighting within Timau that called for this intervention?
Yeah, there were several issues.
What kind of issues?
The area, one had no fire engine.
Yes.
They requested the government to intervene.
Yes.
At the same time, they wanted us to assist with people that understands and can bring to our attention what is happening, especially when such events emerge.
So would you call then those people as a liaison between your office and the community?
Yes, they are.
Has any of those people that were appointed at Timau drawn any salary from the county government?
They haven't.
Have they been given any appointment letters?
Not at all.
Have you forwarded any of their names to the County Public Service Board
Not
for
at all.
recruitment?
No.
Have you instructed any county office to adopt or recruit those people?
No.
The appointment at Kobo again, you were seen appointing watchmen. Why, to begin with, were you at Kobo in the first place? What was the issue?
It was a call by the residents, especially at the market center, where they needed my assistance to get some watchmen. And at the same time, several other issues arose, and I was not alone. We were with the area MCA.
The people you were seen recruiting as watchmen, in what capacity were they supposed to serve? Is it within the county government, or exactly in what capacity, and who was supposed to pay them?
I was supposed to pay them.
You were supposed to pay them?
Yes.
As the governor of Meru, or in what capacity?
As the Okolea program director.
So you were then offering employment in your capacity as a director of Okolea?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sure later on you will have an opportunity to talk about that Okolea initiative. You have also been accused of directing the Meru Level 5 Hospital to spend at source. Did you at any time do that?
No.
What did you do? You were seen in that rally talking about waivers, talking about spending some cash. What exactly were you after?
I was invited by the committee and the acting chief officer of Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital to pay them a visit. We sat with the committee, that is the board, and afterwards we were to give address on what was deliberated from the meeting.
So there was a deliberation and there was a communication to be made.
Yes.
What was that deliberation about?
One, they wanted to use or to assure that they will use the money at source according to the act.
So that was their request?
That was their request.
What other deliberation were you supposed to communicate to the public based on the meeting that had transpired?
They had a list of people that they wanted to waiver the poor.
Is that the same list you communicated to the public?
Yes.
Thank Thank you. Very quickly, again, let's talk about incitement, bullying, and vilification, and this is very key. You have been seen in those videos in an incident where it has been interpreted to mean that you are vilifying the minority chief whip and other leaders, including the Senator of Meru, the Cabinet Secretary Agriculture, MP for Tigania East constituency who is in this building, and the Catholic Church and clergy. So very briefly, I want you to talk about the vilification of minority chief, whip, and other leaders, specifically on the incident that took place at the minority chief's whip's ward. That is Mwenda Ithili. Did you or did you not humiliate and vilify that particular member of
I did not
contest?
humiliate Mwenda Ithili.
You did not humiliate him. You were seen asking the member of county assembly to apologize. Why were you asking the member to apologize?
I did not ask the member to apologize. It is the crowd or the residents of the area that insisted that the MCA should apologize.
Why would they insist that their member of county assembly apologizes?
Because of the incidents that had occurred previous days.
What incidences are these you're referring to?
The issue at the County Assembly of Meru when they walked out while I was giving out my speech.
So the day you were at this word, was it before or after the attempt for you to deliver the address to the assembly?
It was after.
It was after. Let's talk about the Senator of Meru County, Honorable Kadhuri. Have you at any moment tried to vilify the Honorable Senator for Meru County?
No.
Has there been any evidence brought before this committee indicating or rather showing you vilifying or even mentioning the name of this senator?
No.
There has been an issue about you talking about the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture. Again, has there been any evidence brought before this committee where you are seen talking about the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture?
No.
But then, Governor, I want to take you back to a video that was played here. And it is seen where you are purported to have said that certain leaders in Meru, specifically the Senator of Meru and the Cabinet Secretary, were demanding a share of your government, and you made certain utterances. Is that correct or not correct?
It is not correct because from the videos that have been played here, there is nowhere that I've mentioned any of the two said leaders.
But you mentioned not sharing any bread. You said you are not ready for nusumkate. What were you making reference to?
I was making reference to the MCAs who had already demanded that they want a share to themselves and then they leave the bigger share to me, as we saw from the clips.
So you were making reference to MCAs who had made a request or a demand to have a share of your government.
Yes.
Have you at any time personally made any statements against the person of the Member of Parliament for Tigania East, Honorable Mporo Abori?
No.
You have not. Has the said Member of Parliament ever sought from you an apology or complaint for any form of vilification or humiliation?
No.
Chair, I have had a comment from one of the members. Thank you for that guidance.
Order. Address plenary from this chair. What are you saying?
Chair, I have had a comment, and if my memory serves me right, from the Senator of Meru. I was wondering whether that ought to be responded to.
Comment which day?
Right now, I have had a comment from the Honorable Senator.
No, the only things you can respond to, Council, are things that are brought to your attention through the chair. The chair has not invited the MP for Tigania to address us. Until he addresses us is when you respond.
Thank you, Chair, for the guidance. Honorable Governor, you have also been accused of vilifying the Catholic Church, and there was a priest, Father Elias Kinot, who appeared before the committee yesterday and felt particularly offended by your statement and targeted as a person who should be prejudiced. Are you seen anywhere, or is there any evidence indicating you vilifying the Catholic Church, or even the very priest who appeared before this committee yesterday?
No.
Briefly, can you explain to this committee why you had that meeting at Igoji Boys? What was the discussion all about, and why was the Diocese of Meru involved in that discussion in a very brief manner?
The issue of Igoji, one, we earned pending bills that the Diocese of Meru wanted to be paid by the county government.
How much were they demanding from the county government?
7.7 million.
7.7 million. For what purpose were they demanding that?
They claimed that the piece of land belonged to them.
And what did you do about that request for pending bill?
I went ahead to do some investigation to get the real knowledge if the piece of land belongs to Diocese of Meru. And also the residents came to my office and asked for intervention.
When you say residents, what kind of residents and from where?
The leaders from Igoji.
Leaders from Igoji. So were you responding to their request?
I was responding to their request.
Did you at any time cause chaos and accost or assault the priest who appeared before this committee yesterday?
No.
Was any information about his vilification or assault brought before your attention?
No.
Let us move very quickly to the forceful entry into the County Assembly of Meru. Were you invited for that meeting?
I was invited.
Was there any letter cancelling that meeting that was brought to your office?
There was no letter cancelling.
When you entered that premises, were you accompanied by any goons?
Not at all.
And when you entered, which office did you first go to?
I first went to Speaker's office.
And what did you do at the Speaker's office?
I signed the visitor's book.
Was that with the welcome of the Speaker or without his welcome?
It was welcome from the Speaker.
Who ushered you into the chambers?
It is the Speaker.
Who welcomed you to deliver your maiden speech?
It is the Speaker.
Who ushered you out of the chambers after the chaotic walkout?
It is the Speaker.
It is the Speaker. We have seen stones being pelted towards you. Was that stone from the County Assembly or outside the County Assembly?
From the County Assembly.
So from your evidence and understanding, who was throwing that stone at you?
The MCS.
The MCS. We move very quickly to the issue of nomination of CECs. You have been accused of not following the law, and you have been accused of misconduct when it comes to nomination of CECs. When you're seated before this house, did you come across any video where MCAs were threatening or were making certain remarks about the nomination of your CECs?
They said they will not pass the CECs unless I sit down with them and discuss about Wardford.
Did you ever present any list of CECs to the County Assembly of Meru?
I did 10 of them.
10 of them. How many were approved?
3.
Very briefly, I want you to talk about some of the members that were rejected, their qualifications, in 2 minutes, kindly. Were they incompetent? What kind of people had you presented for them to be rejected?
One is Dr. Kiambi Adero, who is water engineer with an experience of over 20 years, a PhD holder.
Another one?
Another one is Kariminjeru.
Mm-hmm. What are the qualifications?
She holds master's degree.
Mm-hmm. What other person was rejected? We may not go through all of them, but the last one?
The last one is a young lady who was supposed to be the CEC for youth and sports, and she was also qualified.
Were you given any report as to why those 7 names were rejected?
No.
They never gave you any report?
Yes.
Why did you restructure your government, Honorable Governor?
I thought it was easy for me and good for me to restructure so that at least we can move on with the business or the functions of the government.
Was business of the government not going on?
Minus the 7 CECs, I thought it would be a bit hard. So I decided to reorganize and then assign the 3, those who have been passed, to handle at least 2 dockets each for us to move forward.
Thank you. Before the red light goes on, you have been termed as the modern day Hitler, Adolf Hitler, that we need to sacrifice you for the county of Meru to prosper, that you are not seeing eye to eye with any of the elected leaders, that you are a lone ranger, that you are very arrogant. That is the picture that has been painted by the County Assembly of Meru. Is that who you are? Are you that modern day Adolf Hitler? An all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipresent person that does not require any input from any other person. Is that you, Governor Kawira?
It is very unfortunate, and that is the narrative that have been sold by maybe the MCAs or my political competitors, just to show and paint the bad part, which I'm not.
Are you in working terms with any of the elected leaders within Meru?
Yes, I am.
Kindly mention.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just get 3 more so that I have 5 to conclude that line of examination, kindly. Governor Kawira, are you in any working terms with any of the elected leaders in Meru?
I'm in terms with almost all of them.
Even the members of County Assembly?
Yes, because for the last 2 months, I've been going around with them to take development to their counties, and for more than 26 ones, I've been with the relevant or the area MCAs with me.
What was the purpose of your visit in those wards?
To take development.
Did the MCAs of those respective wards accompany you?
Yes, they did. More than 20.
More than 20?
Yes.
Let's talk about other elected leaders. Which other elected leader are you working with, or are you able to work with within Meru?
The CS Agriculture, the MP Northimenti, the MP Bore, and many other leaders.
Many other leaders?
Yes.
Have you ever sat down with any of these other leaders during the 3 months that you have been in office before the impeachment motion was brought?
I've sat down with all of them after my election.
All of them?
Yes.
Let's talk about your efforts to bring about unity in Meru, if any. What initiatives have you taken? Because obviously, Governor, there is a problem in Meru. First, do you agree there is a problem in Meru?
There is a problem, but not the entire Meru. The problem is between the executive or myself and the MCAs.
What efforts have you made to bring about peace or create a working environment with other leaders?
I've invited them severally via a letter through the speaker to come and sit down and speak as leaders of Meru. I've invited the members of National Assembly through their chairperson, Honorable Mutunga. I've gone ahead, invited Jorin Cheke to come on board and try to bring us together. I've gone ahead, talked to the Council of Governors through our chair so that we can meet and have a dialogue. I've gone ahead, consulted bishops of Meru so that we can sit down and have a way forward.
Let's talk about the meeting that was chaired by the Council of Governors. What transpired in that meeting? But before we go to what transpired, who was in attendance in that meeting?
The leadership of County Assembly of Meru and myself, and 10 governors.
Specifically, what leadership from Meru County?
The Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Whip, the Minority Leader, around 5 of them.
Was the mover of this motion present in that meeting?
Yes,
DMK.
he was present.
Was Honorable Mwenda Ithili present in that meeting?
He was present.
Was Honorable Mawera in that meeting?
He was present.
And the Speaker was present?
He was present.
What was the agenda of that meeting, especially from members of County Assembly? What demands were made?
The demands were that I give them or allocate ward fund to them. The other demand is that they wanted the first gentleman not to accompany me in any meeting.
Any other demand?
The other one was I had planned to have a rally at Metongo, where the majority leader comes from, and they insisted that I cancel the meeting.
Did you cede to any of those demands?
Yes, I cancelled the meeting for Metongo, which was advertised for 1 week. Number 2, I also talked humbly with the first gentleman, and we agreed that at least he keep off the meetings.
And has the first gentleman heeded to your advice?
Yes.
Has he been in any public meeting ever since?
No.
He has not. Let's talk about the ward fund a bit, and that's my last question. Why have you refused to release the ward fund to the MCAs of Meru?
I have not refused to release the ward fund. I met a budget which was from the previous regime, which underallocated not ward fund, but 10 million equalization fund to every ward. And I thought it was prudent for us to continue with that one, which MCAs insisted that it was very little because the first governor had given them 25 million, the second governor 20 million, and they wondered why I had only to surrender 10 million.
Did you ever understand how the 20 million and 30 million was dispersed to the MCAs?
No.
Was there any structure, or rather legal framework for the release of that amount?
There was no legal framework.
And what was your proposal in regard to the demand by MCAs?
My proposal was even in my address that we meet and then get a way forward, and also a legal framework on how we shall have the ward fund.
Thank you very much, Honorable Governor. I think for now I'll leave it at that. Honorable Chair, I yield the witness to my learned friend for cross-examination.
Charity that you run.
Yes, it is.
You have run this private charity for many years.
More than 10 years.
More than 10 years. I'll be right to tell the Senate the activities of this charity program are a frequent broadcast on Baite TV.
Yes.
Yes. And the main producer, anchor, director, or dominant person in that TV station is your spouse?
No.
Fair enough. Now, your case has kept shifting, and please listen to the shifting before I ask my question. Initially, your case was that you never made the roadside appointments.
Yes.
Then, when we pointed out you are not contesting the authenticity of the clips, your case shifted to, yes, the pronouncements were made, but no appointment letters were issued.
No
Correct or correct?
No appointment letters issued.
Then today afternoon, the case has shifted to, yes, the declarations were made, no appointments were issued, but the appointments were actually meant for the Okolea program. Now, my question is, and be careful because all my other questions on this theme will depend. Which answer should the Senate take? Is it that the roadside appointments were for the Okolea program? Or that they were for county governments, but the appointment letters were not issued? Which one do we take?
They were for Okolea programs.
Good. They were for the Okolea program.
Yes.
In your affidavit before this Senate, can you point to us a single paragraph where you have said these were appointments for Okolea program?
There is nowhere here, the document that I have.
This charity you run is your charity, isn't it?
Yes.
You got the gentleman that just testified to get many letters from Ms. Virginia saying these people were never appointed by the county assembly.
They were never appointed.
Have you placed any letter before this Senate showing these roadside appointments were from the Okolea?
The accusation was the appointment.
Did
by
you
the government
produce,
of
Honorable Kawira, have you produced any evidence? The charity is owned by you. It is you saying the employees were meant for the charity, not the county. Instead of bringing us letters showing these are employees of the charity, you have brought us letters saying they are not employees of the county.
They are not employees of the county because I've not seen any appointment letter concerning
Good.
the people.
Since Okolea is a private charity, would it have any business with the statutory body of the county government of Meru?
There is no statutory body of the county of Meru that is involved with the Okolea program.
Good. Is the Meru Youth Service a statutory body of the county government of Meru?
You are talking about the roadside
Yes.
appointments,
Yes.
which none of the appointment has been taken to Meru Youth Service.
Your declarations, which we don't contest that it was made, didn't you declare your husband a patron of Meru Youth Service?
Yes,
You did.
yes.
But now you say you actually meant it for the Okolea program.
I meant the patron of Meru Youth Service and not an employee of county government of Meru.
Should the Okolea program, in your understanding of governance, be commingled? Should the staffing of the Okolea program be commingled or mixed with the staffing of the Meru Youth Service?
There is no way that it can mingle or be mixed because the position that is in dispute is the patron position.
Good.
Who responsibility is to give advice and also
So
support.
when you appointed this husband of yours to patron, were you appointing him as part of the Okolea program or as...
Order, Council. Council, again, let us remain respectful. You cannot refer to the husband of the governor as this husband of yours. You know the proper English.
Chair, I'm profusely apologetic. English is my third language. I didn't mean any shred of disrespect to the governor, and if she is offended, I'm really sorry.
Since it is your third language, I now direct that you withdraw that comment.
Withdrawn, Chair.
And we now want to school you that you are now free to call him the first gentleman your husband or your husband,
Chair.
who is the first gentleman?
Chair. Chair, it is not sufficient for the council to just withdraw. The council should withdraw and apologize.
Yes.
Chair, I just apologize profusely, and I told the governor I'm sincerely sorry if she has taken offense at the description.
Apology is noted.
So when you appointed the first gentleman as patron of Meru Youth Service, were you doing that as part of Okolea or as governor of Meru County?
It was part of Okolea. That's why I insisted that you will not draw any fund from the county government of Meru.
Wouldn't you then accept, by so doing, you have commingled your private charity with the management of an institution established by law, the law being the Meru Youth Service Act?
No.
Okay. Let's go to Timau. The problem was firefighting, correct?
Yes.
If the citizens have a problem with firefighting and they're addressing it to the governor of Meru, would they expect the governor to deal with the matter in a capacity as governor or in a capacity within a private charity called Okolea?
The Okolea program has been there for the last 10 years. Even when I was the woman representative of Meru County, the residents or the people of Meru could bring their problems to me while in office, and I also assisted in the capacity of the Okolea program as the director. So they knew very well that I'm able to assist them.
Does the Meru County government have a fire department?
Yes, it has.
Is that department staffed by the County Public Service Board?
It is.
Wouldn't that then be the body statutorily authorized to deal with the problem of firefighting in Timau?
The people employed by the county government of Meru for the firefighting are experts in those areas. Those that we assisted at Timau are the local people that would assist in locating the places where there are problems.
You've just confirmed in your affidavit there is no way you say you made all these appointments as part of Okolea. Did you declare at Timau that you are appointing these people not as governor, but
Yes.
as, did you declare?
I did not declare.
Good.
I was
You
getting
did not
them
declare.
as the county
Let's
government.
go to Nkobo. There was a request by Honorable Makasi, right?
Yes,
Honorable Makasi is an MCA
yes,
addressing a problem his residents have with the governor of Meru County.
yes.
When he was making that request to you, was he making it to you as the owner of Okolea, which is your private charity, or he was addressing you as the governor of Meru County?
He was addressing both sides.
Anywhere in the video where he mentions Okolea or in the transcript of that video?
The evidence is clear because when we went ahead and got some people as watchmen, the position of watchmen are not there in the county government of Meru.
My question
And
is
that is
simple,
where-
Honorable Governor. Is there anywhere in your video or any video in existence anywhere in the world in which Honorable Makasi is addressing this problem to you in your roles in Okole as opposed to your role as governor of Meru?
So many videos.
Have you placed them before this Senate?
No.
Let's go to Kianjai. You issued a directive here to ward administrators, right?
Yes.
Are ward administrators also officials of the Okolea program?
The ward administrators are government officials.
But you claim the appointments at Kianjai were also part of the Okolea. Isn't that your position?
Part was Okolea.
So by directing county officials, specifically ward administrators, to employ people and ensure they're employed when you're speaking as Okolea director, aren't you commingling again your functions as governor and the interests of your private charity?
My ones are very clear from the videos that was played, that what I said to the ward administrators, if there is anyone who is to be employed by the county government, should he follow the procedure. Those are my true ones from the videos that were played.
Would I be right to say the county secretary is the head of the county public service?
Yes.
This is an officer subordinate to you in the county hierarchy, isn't it?
Yes.
It is therefore perfectly normal for you to give these officer instructions to respond to official complaints, isn't it?
I'm the accused.
Yes, you're the accused. My question is it within your legitimate powers as governor to issue directions to the county secretary to respond to matters relating to county public service?
Come again?
Do you have power to instruct the county secretary to respond to the complaints about illegal appointments? Because he's the head of the public service. He's answerable to you, isn't he?
He's answerable to me, and he does what is right before the law.
I didn't ask. Let's go to the secretary of the county public service board. This is also an official of the county executive, correct or incorrect?
Correct.
So the governor could again lawfully direct the secretary of that board to respond to complaints about illegal appointments, correct or incorrect?
The secretary, I don't think, is in capacity to respond about the appointment or the roadside appointment. The work of appointment is based to the public service board, which does the employment.
I put it to you, sir, sorry again, Chairman, I'm really sorry. I hope I can be forgiven without it. Honorable Governor, I put it to you that the reason you got Mr. Gatobu to procure all these letters is because the persons lawfully competent to testify on these matters would not commit to testify to them. That is the county secretary and the secretary of the county public service board.
No.
I put it to you, Father, that in the case of the county secretary, the reason you didn't ask him, and you ask a man you can dismiss at will, who is your chief of staff, is because there is an accusation about you illegally reappointing the county secretary, and if he came to testify to these things, he would be exposed as holding an illegal office.
There is no employee of the county government of Meru that I can dismiss annually.
Is the Okolea program part of the Meru Level 5 hospital legal structures?
No.
Therefore, if the roadside declarations or directives you gave with regard to the Level 5 hospital was done in the capacity of a Okolea, you must again have been commingling your private charity with the official functions as a state officer.
My visit to Meru Level 5 Hospital, I did not do anything concerning Okolea program. It was a visit that I was invited by chief officer and the board.
Let's go to the vilification allegation. Would I be right to say there is no contest between you and the assembly whether you made the utterances in the videos, and that the only point of contest is the meaning to be ascribed to those utterances?
Pardon?
Do you contest the utterances you made at the meeting where Mwandaidile was?
There were no utterances that I made to verify anyone.
Let's forget the vilification for now. I'm asking, the utterances on the video where you're seen speaking, are you contesting you made those utterances?
The utterances that I made was a request from the crowd or the residents.
The question, Honorable Governor, did you or did you not make the utterances? We'll deal with their meanings. As a matter of fact, the chair assured us they even have Kimeru interpreters. So I'm not even interested in the meaning. I'm only interested in, did you make those utterances recorded on the video? Either you did or you didn't. Which will you take?
I repeat again, I made utterances based from the residents of that area, those that demanded their leader, the MCA, to apologize before he goes on to speak.
Chair, so that my time is not wasted in the altercation with the witness, I'm inviting you to note the witness is not answering the specific question I'm asking, which is whether the video is a depiction of utterances she made. The witness is obsessed with the implications of the utterances or their meaning, which is not my question.
Let us try and avoid that condemnation of the witness. Maybe because you want to get an answer, try and re-paraphrase your question. As you said, if a lawyer like you, who is schooled in English, admitted that it is a foreign language, how about her? We don't know her professional background.
Did you ask the crowd at Mweronkanga whether the Honorable Idili should apologize?
First, after the residents said that
Please
Mwenda
answer my question.
should apologize.
Did you ask the crowd?
Yes, I asked.
Good, you asked. After the first gentleman accused the senator and the MP Tigania East in your presence of sending you certain SMSs as per the video, when you rose to the podium, did you disown the sending of the alleged SMSs?
In meetings that I attend, there are so many speakers, and it is not my duty to go on disowning every speaker's
Your
words.
husband, oh sorry again, Chair. I'm sorry. Okay. Chair, let's take it as a slip of the tongue. The first gentleman accused the Honorable Cabinet Secretary and the Honorable MP for Tigania East, of sending you certain SMSs making extortionist demands. When you took to the podium, did you correct those assertions? Either you did or you didn't. Which one will you take?
First gentleman is a grown-up man.
That's not my question.
Order, Madam Governor. You must answer questions the way you've been asked. He did not ask for that storytelling which you are starting. He wants yes or no.
I did not disown.
You did not disown. When the first gentleman told the public rally that the Honorable Mpuri Abori had brought fictitious pending bails for 12 companies, did you, after you took to the podium, correct that misleading information?
No, it wasn't in my agenda.
It wasn't in your agenda.
Yes.
Instead of correcting it, didn't you go to actually affirm his assertions and tell the gathering you don't want a Nusumukate government?
No.
You didn't mention Nusumukate in that video?
The video you are talking about, the Tigania East Member of Parliament, I mentioned nowhere.
I'm talking about the Cabinet Secretary and the Honorable Deputy Speaker. Did you correct the assertions made about them demanding a share in the county public appointments?
No.
You didn't. Don't you think, given the seriousness of these allegations, if you knew, as you must have, that they were lies, as a public leader and leader number one in the county, the first thing you should have done is to dispel the aspersions cast on the two honorable leaders?
But because they were uttered by a different person, I thought it was good for me to talk to him later to understand.
These utterances, for the record, are not uttered by a random person, but by a person you have given some 2 offices in public, isn't it? Correct or incorrect?
Repeat again.
Were these utterances by a random citizen of Meru, or utterances by a person you had appointed as last ambassador and patron of the Meru Youth Service?
By then he was not appointed.
He had not been appointed?
Yes.
Was he the first gentleman at that time?
Yes.
So, don't you think as governor, if the first gentleman makes such serious allegations against his other leaders, a responsible governor should take the earliest possible opportunity to clear the air and say that is not correct?
Chair, I think the council should not be asking the governor about somebody who is not here in this court and who is not held accountable in this case.
Before I respond, I have seen the red light from the... Is it an objection or something?
Yes, Chairman. Honorable Chairman, we are constrained to interject because the issues that the governor is being put through, they are special in their nature under the law of evidence, under Section 130. She's being asked questions about her spouse. And we have followed through and she has answered to the best of her abilities. Now she has been asked to form an opinion about her own spouse in a matter involving criminal implications, whether she's the one who is charged or it may thereafter follow that the spouse may be followed in other different proceedings in another forum, I think under the law of evidence, under Section 130 of the Evidence Act, Cap 80 of the laws of Kenya, spouses and communications relating to spouses are protected. And also, this will not be a witness who will be compelled to form an opinion, especially of an incriminating nature, against her own spouse. And also to give such evidence, she will also not be allowed without the consent of that spouse. These are a declaratory statute. And two, I did not want to venture into Article 50, Clause 2, Paragraph L, which Honorable Chair had inquired about yesterday, on whether if this client is asked questions that are incriminating to her and she refuses to answer, how will the county assembly team treat her approach to such kind of questions? And we hadn't thought we'll get here. I thought the county assembly team will be a little bit guided, not to require the governor to form an opinion, especially of an untoward nature, against her spouse. That is, Honorable Chair, the protection we are requesting this committee to afford the witness and the governor, and to allow her to exercise the right to a fair hearing under Article 50 on those two parameters that I've mentioned. Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Council, I think both the Vice Chair and your colleague, they're not asking for too much. We are not sitting here to determine the innocence or otherwise arising from the utterances of the first gentleman. Leave that for another court. The first gentleman is not on trial here. So let us focus.
I'm guided in the interest of time, Chair, and I'm urging you humbly to note the interjections.
Kanzo.
I'm directed, I will obey that directive, Chair.
Kanzo.
Yes.
Can you relax? We are aware that we have to save your time. You want us to take a shortcut so that an authority on pronouncement finds that what we did here was a sham? The only way that authority will find that it was not a sham is to follow the proceedings and find that they were done procedurally. So kindly enjoy your space, but separate the first gentleman from the governor.
I'm directing, Chair. I don't think we should be detained. I'm entirely in your hands. Let's go to the municipality, the Honorable Governor. Does Okolea program have any mandate on functions of the municipal board?
No.
Therefore, if you answer that the committee to manage the tax operators, those who are Okolea appointments, you must still again have been commingling your private charity with a statutory body. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Let's go back to vilification, Governor. Without conceding that you vilified anyone, would the vilification of other leaders cause a breach or potential breach of the peace? This is not to say you vilified anyone. It's a general question. The Honorable Kawira?
Yes.
Would persistent vilification campaigns against elected leaders create a potential threat of civil strife, assuming it were true that there was vilification?
No.
would vilification of the church, the mocking of its clergy, the mocking of its liturgies, are those acts, in the event the Senate were to find there is evidence to support them, acts likely to lead to civil strife?
I have not seen one.
Chair, I'm not sure that your communication has been taken. And Council, there was an application which led us where we are right now. And that application is very clear. And I think that the reason why the governor, in this case the accused, took the stand was to be able to help us dig into this evidence in your own application. And if you didn't take the guidance of the chair in the first place, I think it's critical that you understand that you will make it very difficult for us to dig into the documents provided here by the witness and the accused at the same time. You haven't even helped us dig into some of the evidences provided by the governor in volume 1, which is an affidavit sworn by the governor, which has got some very, very interesting stuff that you could help us understand. And so is volume 2. So I wanted just to ask to the chair that remember your application and try to stick to application in the next 30 minutes that you still remain with.
Thank you, the Senator of Migori. Yes, Senator of Nairobi, I see your light.
Yeah, Chair, with the greatest respect to my colleague from Migori, this case is the Assembly's case. I wish that we would allow them to prosecute that case in the manner in which they would like. In the event that they do not touch on any of the documentation they have supplied us, they don't speak to the facts that they have alleged, they don't tell us the truth or point us to where we can see the truth of their assertions, that is their funeral. Chair, in the interest of time, I am not a morning person and I'm not also a night person. In the interest of moving the proceedings forward, let's allow the Assembly to conclude their case.
Very well put. We do not have any luxury or responsibility, Council, to teach you law. You keep on laying your bed.
Let's go to paragraph 3.
You're going to lie in it.
Let's go to paragraph 3 of your affidavit, Honorable Governor.
Which page?
It is at page 15 of your volume, of your response. That would be volume 1. Please confirm that it is you, not the Assembly, who has paragraph 3 has introduced the gender issue. Correct or incorrect?
Page 15.
At paragraph 3. Repeated at paragraph 11 and paragraph 15.
The one that reads, my election to the position of the governor of Meru County in the August 2022 general elections was culmination of a long journey with unprecedented challenges, having campaigned on an independent ticket and being a woman in a field ordinarily dominated by men.
It is you who claims gender issues in that paragraph as read with paragraph 11 and 15, correct or incorrect?
I have not raised any gender issue here.
Okay, I'll leave it to the Senate to see from the record whether you've raised those issues. But weren't you, Honorable Governor, impeached by all the women MCAs? Never mind these claims about gender. Did they or did they not impeach you, all the women MCAs?
The impeachment, to my understanding, does not either look at the gender of a person.
My question is simple. Did the women MCAs of the Meru County Assembly vote in support of the impeachment motion?
Yes, they did.
Good. All of them, isn't it?
Yes.
Good. You say in paragraph, I'm trying to see the paragraph, Chair, 9 to 10 of your affidavit, that there is a power matrix in which the minority and the majority have joined hands to hound you out of office. Is that the position you've taken in those paragraphs?
Yes.
Are you aware, Honorable Governor, that the Meru County Assembly has 5 independent MCAs?
Yes, I'm aware.
Did those independent MCAs vote in favor of the impeachment motion?
Yes, they did.
Would I be correct to say there are several political parties represented in the Meru County Assembly?
There are several.
Specifically, UDA, BAS, Jubilee, PNU, NOPEO, and DP. Correct or incorrect?
Yes, correct.
Yes, Senator.
I'm tempted to interject on, what the council has mentioned about the governor talking about being elected in an unprecedented situation as a woman. Page 15, you mentioned that. Paragraph 15. But really, Chair, isn't this one a statement of fact? Because in the Meru community, do we have elected women MCAs? Do we have elected women members of parliament apart from the women representative? She's among the very few governors who've been elected in Kenya as a woman. I mean, give credit where it's due. She's not glossing over it. It's a fact.
Very good. Members, I can see lights are starting to come.
Yes,
Are we able to hold on just a little bit? He was about to finish. Let me not rule you out of order, but I say your points will be properly articulated. He's just on the winding curve. Yeah? Let him just. Council, you conclude because your time is up, and then members, you will follow it up. You'll then throw your issues.
You say at paragraph 39 of your affidavit and paragraph 38 that there have been various efforts by various entities to resolve this crisis, ranging from the church to Jurincheke to Council of Governors and whatnot. Isn't that correct?
It is correct.
Have these efforts succeeded so far?
Some have succeeded.
But if the efforts by all these players have not resolved the problem in Meru, doesn't it then leave impeachment as the only way out?
Problems are not solved in a day. I think the few months that I've been in office is a short duration. And I think it's good to give our issues time, and I believe all will be resolved well.
You said the previous governor equally appointed his spouse to certain offices, right?
Yes.
Let's go to page 27 of your volume 2. I put it to you, Governor, that this Gazette notice on its face says, refers to a decision by the County Executive Committee of Meru and not a decision by the then Governor of Meru.
Yes.
It is therefore incorrect for you to suggest that the former governor appointed his spouse. If she was appointed, the person who appointed is the one the Gazette notice says made the decision, which is the County Executive Committee.
The pronouncement were made by the governor himself.
Order, Governor. Don't respond. Because on page 27, that Gazette notice is not what the governor is, what the council is saying. He knows the English language.
Can you read for us page 27, where it reads?
Council, you know English. The Honorable His Excellency Kreito is saying in this Gazette notice that pursuant to a decision by the CC Committee on 22nd of March 2018 establishing Meru Toweza program and in exercises of powers conferred by section 32L of the County Government Act, I, Kreito Murungi, Governor of County of Meru, and purpose of that, appoint. It is the governor appointing. It is not the CC. Don't confuse the witness, because you know that English, you know that is, you are out of order.
Chair, I will leave it. I will leave it to the chair.
Witness, don't respond.
I'll leave it, Chair, because it's a question of interpretation and we may differ on that. So that I don't waste my time unnecessarily. Honorable Governor.
Hold on. Members, on this issue, anybody who wants to ventilate? We proceed? Yes, it's done.
Please confirm, Honorable Governor, that in your volume 2, most, if not all, the documents you have placed before the Senate are dated before the date of the impeachment motion.
Which document?
You know, I'm trying to go in summary so that, would you confirm to me, Honorable Governor, if you want us to go them one by one, very quickly. All the transcripts attached to your volume 2 of various videos refer to videos that were in existence as at the date of the impeachment motion before the Senate.
Some were earlier.
Yes, we know, of course, a few were not available, but would I not be correct to say most of them were available as at the date of the impeachment motion?
No.
These videos you have transcribed, were they in existence as at 5th December 2022?
Some of them.
Some of them.
Yes.
The document at page 27, was it in existence as at that date?
Let me check.
It's a 2018 document.
27.
Page 27 of your volume 2.
It is the same Meru Toweza program
Yes.
board. Yeah.
The question was it in existence as at 5th December when the notice of the impeachment motion was given?
It was.
Same to the document at page 42? Please confirm. It was in existence. It predates 5th December. True or untrue?
Yes, this one is dated 31st October.
Great. Same for the document at page 51. True or untrue?
This is 23rd November.
It is before the date of the impeachment motion before this Honorable Senate. Correct or incorrect?
Before.
Let's go to the lease. Are you aware, Governor, that ownership is only one of the many interests in land?
Yes.
So you're aware possession, besides ownership, is an interest recognized in law?
Yes.
You're aware a leasehold is an interest recognized in law?
Yes.
This document at page 113 of your volume 2, at paragraph B, does it show the Catholic Church as an interest in this property known to the law?
113 paragraph.
B. The document is a lease, isn't it?
It is a lease agreement.
Is a leasehold an interest recognized by law?
Yes, it is recognized by law.
This document, therefore, would not justify the accusations you made against the church, because by the document, the church has an interest in this property recognized by law.
This document also affirms that the registered owner is Egoji Boys Secondary School.
Fair enough, but don't we agree ownership is just one of the interests recognized by law when it comes to matters of land?
Yes.
A leasehold is equally a legally lawful interest, isn't it?
For a certain time.
Is this lease valid as you speak today? Has it expired? Is it a valid or an expired lease?
Let me check.
I put it to you, it's a valid lease. And it was
For 5
valid
years.
as at the date of the allegations and the public rally you organized against the church.
It's for 5 years.
Good. So if by this document, the church has an interest in this property recognized by law, there can be no justification for the utterances, whether we accept their vilification or not, for the utterances you made in a public rally against the church.
I made no utterances. My work was only to know if the piece of land belongs to Diocese of Meru or the county government of Meru, which, including the people that represented the church, we all saw that the piece of land belonged to county government of Meru.
Chair, I'm told I have 10 minutes. Please allow me to give it to my colleague, Mr. Boniface Mawera, because there are matters we agreed he would cover. Please indulge him because some of my time has been spent in the interjections.
Yes, Councillor Boniface.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Senators, my name is Morel Boniface Mavera. Honorable Governor, I have a few questions for you. Do you know Caste Michani?
Yes, I know.
Is she one of the nominated? Is she one of the CECs that you nominated but was rejected by the County Assembly?
Yes, she is.
Honorable Chair, I will request the Secretary to play Annex 20 in our flash disk, and to enable the Honorable Chair and the committee follow through. The transcript is on pages 138 to 139 of our volume 1, which is the impeachment motion.
Kwa hivyo serikali ya mama iko imara. Ndio tuambeletie wira. Tureja kuja next week tutongere tuni kaste turogote siana pego jibara batina ambasare bakina nkagiro ambasare. Ndiye komi. Kaste uongoze hiyo exercise. Tuankia tuantigua. Tuana tena inya ambelia kuandika listi. Ana veto bagome. Na hakuna uoga. Na serikali ya mama iko imara. Leo bali wakawira. No ntone baraka lele kando. Uiro telite katea.
Honorable Governor, in that video, is it not true that you direct one Custom Ucheni to come up with a list of beneficiaries for bursary allocations?
No.
Then, I think at this point, Honorable Chair, I will leave it to your interpreters. You informed us very well that you have interpreters of the Meru language. But Honorable Governor, are you aware of a law regulating the issuance of bursaries?
Yes.
What is that act?
It's in the County Government Act.
Honorable Governor, I put it to you that the law is not the County Government Act, but the Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act of 2016.
Yes.
And maybe I'll request your council to show you our volume 2, page 67. Our volume 2, which is our list and bundle of authorities, page 67. And maybe you can read it aloud. Section 10 on the top. Yes? Page 67 of our volume 2. Are you there?
Page 67.
Yes.
Yes.
Please read aloud section 10 on page 67.
The Meru County Retention Enhancement Fund Act 2016. There is established a ward retention enhancement fund committee for each ward, which shall have powers necessary to perform its functions. 2. The committee shall consist of the following: a member of County Assembly for that ward, who shall be the patron. B. Ward administrator for that ward, who shall be the secretary. C. Representative from the Sub-County Education Board. D. A person from the Kenya Primary Schools Ed Association. E. A person from Kenya Secondary Schools Ends Association. F. A representative from the Tertiary Learning Institution. G. 3 representatives from the main sponsors, Sub-County Education Officer, a representative of persons living with disabilities, 3 persons to represent the community, that is from the youth, women, and marginalized group or persons.
Honorable Governor, you confirm that those are the people who comprise that committee?
Yes.
You can turn to page, Honorable Chair, on the same page 67, you will see the functions of that committee on section 11. Because we are pressed for time, I want the governor to read function number D on page 68, 11D.
D.
Yes.
Identify beneficiaries of the Retention Enhancement Fund.
So, Honorable Governor, you confirm that one of the functions of this committee is to identify beneficiaries of the Retention Enhancement Fund?
Yes.
And these are the bursary allocations?
Yes.
So, Honorable Governor, you confirm that you appointed Caste Micheni in place of a committee, a ward committee that is established by that county law. You confirm that?
There is no committee in place, and I was referring to J, that is 10J.
Is there anywhere in your response where you've said that there is no committee? Or maybe to guide you, I'll refer you to page 42 of volume 1, which is your response. Specifically paragraph, I think 41 of your affidavit. The second paragraph from the top.
41 or 42?
Page 42. But I think it is in paragraph 41 of your response. Because the next paragraph, there's paragraph 42.
Yes.
Please read it aloud.
The center stage in approvals of CEC nominees.
No, the second paragraph, the appointment.
The appointment to a bursary committee of one of the members was rejected as CEC nominee is a law done with the exercise of powers of the governor and cannot be cited as an act of misconduct.
So, Honorable Governor, having read out to you this law, which you are not aware of, would you still hold that it is within the exercise of your powers to appoint members of this committee when the members are specifically provided in section 10 of the Act?
The members are provided in section 10, and that's why I say Caste Mission falls under 10J.
So you suppose that Caste Micheni falls under 3 persons to represent the community?
Yes.
But in the video, you specifically direct her to come up with a list of the beneficiaries. You confirm that?
As one of the members.
Was Caste Micheni one of the MCA candidates in that area?
Yes, she was.
Which ward?
I don't remember.
I put it to you that it is Egoji West.
West.
And she was runners up in that election?
She was in the elections.
She came as number 2?
Yes.
And you appointed her in this committee, and in Annex 20, which is the transcript, or in that video, I think Honorable Chair, it is 19, Annex 19, and the transcript is...
Council, as you proceed, please notice you have only 2 minutes.
Honorable Chair, would you be gracious enough to add me an extra 10 minutes? I have some more ground to cover.
I have added you 3 more so that you have a total of 5.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm done with that issue, Honorable Chair. The next issue I would want to address is with respect to Annex 12. And I would ask the Secretary to play out that annex, the video, Annex 12. And the transcript is to be found on pages 91 to 96 of our Volume 1.
ukantena ngake kwale ijanda ke kwa tisa sawa ukantena wanda administrator ijaki alege akwa ukantena sub county administrator ijanda ke kwa kampu mbota bogeta
I think you can pause at that, Honorable Chair.
katumbo
The point has been made. So the question to you, Honorable Governor, is it not true that you've appointed a development committee for that ward in place of the area MCA?
No, it is not true.
Honorable Chair, once again, I leave that to your judgment. The final question for me, the second last question for me, Honorable Governor.
Chair, Senator Kiambu here. Just for clarity and for me to understand from the young lawyer, you're saying that what did you call it? The development committee.
Yes.
Is supposed to be constituted by an MCA. I just want to understand. You said in place of an MCA. I don't know. I just want to understand.
Honorable Chair and the Honorable Senator for Kiambu, I think the point is that the governor appointed a committee. First, she accuses the area MCO, who is the mover of the motion, of stoning her. And then she goes on to appoint a committee because she says she cannot work with this MCA. She accuses the MCA of stoning her and goes to appoint a committee in place of the MCA. In fact, it is to bypass the role of the MCA. And in fact, that guy called Tirum in that video.
Honorable Chair, is council now testifying?
I'm responding to her question.
In fact, counsel for the governor, in his testimony, the counsel, in his own testimony, has just confirmed that the MCA actually stoned the governor and gave reason that the reason why he stoned her is because she had appointed a committee where she had left him out. That's wonderful information.
Honorable Chair, I did not, perhaps I want to correct that notion. In the transcript that is on page 91 of our volume 1, you will find a direct translation of what the governor is saying in that video. And the governor is expressly accusing the area MCA of stoning her. But we leave that to your translator, Honorable Chair. But the point is, in response to Senator Karungo, the governor has appointed a development committee in place. And in fact, the guy, because I'm responding to your question now, the guy who's called Tirum, he was the runners-up in the election. So he was the number 2 to the move of the motion. He's been appointed into this committee. In fact, he's the first person that the governor appoints. So I hope that sufficiently clarifies. So the last question for me from the governor is...
Counsel, just for purposes of record.
Yes, Chair.
Where in law is it stated that a runner-up cannot serve on a committee in a ward?
That speaks, Honorable Chair, to our allegation in the impeachment motion that the governor is appointing other persons. She's first sidelining the people who have the elected leaders who have the mandate of the people. She's appointing other people to carry out the same development roles that these people are elected to do. And these people are elected are appointed by the governor in order to stir up wrangles with the duly elected representatives of the people. That is the point, Honorable Chair.
Chair.
You see, you are now opening a bit. She's running her own government. She looked for votes. She was elected. Just like in Embu, issues of agriculture are addressed by the Honorable Linturi, who lost to this lady. This lady can now not start coming to State House with stones to stone President Ruto because the man she beat is carrying out duties of agriculture in Meru.
Chair, with your kind permission, because I want him to conclude, I want to help the young lawyer there. this Senate committee has been struggling to understand the genesis of the problem between the governor and her MCAs. Chair, you are a politician, I'm also a politician. One of the problems, and it is in the document, is that she's strengthening the hand of the opponents of the MCAs. You understand? So that is part of the genesis of the bad blood. That is what the point the young lawyer is doing, and I think at this rate, I will have to split their fees with me. They will have to split their fees with me. I'm doing their job.
Thank you for coming to my aid, Honorable Senator for Nairobi. I think that is what seniors do to their juniors. I think that the last question for me to the Governor, Honorable Chair, is, Honorable Governor, who is the founder of Baite TV?
It's a limited company.
Who is the founder? That is the question.
It's a limited company.
I put it to you that a video, we played a video in this, before this Honorable Committee, Annex 2, where you expressly say, while appointing the first gentleman to the office of the patron, Meru Youth Service, and Asla's ambassador, that he is the founder of Baite TV. True or false?
True.
So you confirm that is indeed the founder of Baite TV?
In one of the ways, yes.
I refer you to page 131 of volume 1. Please turn to that page. In fact, from page 130 and page 131. Are you there?
Yes.
Is that the CR12 for Mwangaza Advertiser Limited?
Yes.
And the persons listed as the directors or shareholders are Esther Mwendo and Miriam. And Miriam Karwerwa Gwantai?
Yes.
Are these persons known to you?
Yes, they are known to me.
Who are they to you?
Relatives.
How are they your relatives?
Close relatives.
Are they your immediate family members? Sister, mother?
Yes, counsel for the governor.
I think, Chairman, I'm also constrained to extend the earlier objection I had on dragging family members into this motion, which is not there. She's admitted there are persons known to her, their relatives. She wants to know the degree of consanguinity. We do not know where it is leading to, and they have not people who were mentioned in this motion at all in the charges. We seek protection, and we also redeem the time of this honorable committee. Honorable Chair.
Counsel, the objection is upheld.
Okay, I think the witness can only turn to page 131 and confirm whether the business name Baite TV is registered or the proprietor of that business name is Mwangaza Advertiser Limited. True or false?
Counsel?
Yes.
Look on the clock. I gave you an extra 5 minutes. Now it has moved into an extra 10 minutes. Would you like to stop?
I'm most obliged, Chair. I want to stop there.
Okay, so stop after you've gotten your right answer. Just conclude your question, extract your answer. Conclude.
Okay, on page 131 of volume 1, you confirm that the business name Baite Television is, the proprietor of that business name is Mwangaza Limited. Thank you very much, Chair. I only have a very simple request. It's still on time, Honorable Chair. My colleague here,
what you have left out, you'll bring it to our attention through your concluding remarks when you make your submissions. That is also an entry point.
It's only that my colleague would want to play a video, just one video, Honorable Chair.
One something.
Just one video, with your kind indulgence and the indulgence of the committee.
Okay, play your video. We don't want to gag you.
Yes. Honorable Chair of this select committee, Honorable Senators, just as yesterday, my name is Eric Murioki, and to save on time, I will ask the Secretariat to go to Annex 16 of our videos. The transcription is on page 115 of our volume 1. That is the impeachment motion, marked 16A. Sorry, is that Annex 16?
And the speech is still with the County Assembly of Meru. And the speech is still with the County Assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, hawakungoja. They barred me from entering the assembly, which I did by force or by God's grace.
That's enough.
And then immediately.
So, Governor, is that you on that video?
Yes.
So you're the person there uttering those words?
Yes.
That you entered the assembly by force?
By God's grace.
Chair. Chair, yeah, Mandago, yes. Chair, I don't know, the council doesn't want to play the whole video. He has chosen us to play the section that the governor says, I enter either by force. Can we also listen to the second part? Because we cannot say time and disadvantage the witness, Chair.
Okay, senators, we have to finish this matter. I think we shall grant Senator Mandako.
No,
just,
Chair.
Just play 2 minutes of that.
Yes.
That clip.
I think it's only fair he has been extended time to play that video. Can we watch the video as it is?
Play
not a section of the video.
And the speech is still with the County Assembly of Meru. Unfortunately, hawakungoja. They barred me from entering the assembly, which I did by force or by God's grace. And then immediately after kuanza kuongea wakatoka nje. Na walipotoka nje wakaimba mapambano.
Thank you, Chair. I think my point has been made, so I will ask my
Council
final
order.
question.
That was the request by Senator Mandako. You will come, Senator Mandako.
I'm satisfied now. It is now clear, either by force or by God's grace. So whichever is applicable.
Okay, Council.
So my second last question, Governor, I will refer you to page 49 of our volume 2. That is the county, the Public Appointments, County Assemblies Approval Act. Look at section 10 of that act. Governor, kindly read for us section 10. What does it say?
Rejection of nomination. 1. Where the nomination of a candidate is rejected by a county assembly, the appointing authority shall submit to the county assembly the name of another candidate, and the procedure for approval specified in this act shall apply accordingly.
Is there any provision?
Chair, point of order. Chair, the councils of the county assembly are becoming mischievous with time. They had asked to just play one video. Mr. Chair, I want to find out whether you have extended the time so that we can sit pretty and know we have another 30 minutes to listen to the county assembly.
Senator Mandako, what Gabriel and the other lawyer are doing, they are bullying me. They know that I love young people. So they are bullying me. This is probably their first time to address the nation. They are addressing the nation, so I'm really constrained. Anyway, can you restrict yourself to your request? You wanted to be allowed to play, but because you had started, just conclude that statement and it ends there. Please.
Yes. Chair, I had begged for the video on just one question, which is what I'm asking now. And I am concluding in the next 1 minute. So my question to you, Governor, regarding that provision you have read, which is my last question, is there any part in that law which permits the governor to go vilifying MCAs just because they have rejected the nominees of the governor. Is there any part of that law you have read which permits the governor to go vilifying MCAs for the reason that they have rejected the governor's nominees to the positions of CEC?
There is no law, and I have not vilified the
Thank you.
MCAs
Thank
for
you.
that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for indulging me. Thank you.
Very well. Back to the counsel for the governor. I've given you 5 minutes. 5.
Thank you, Chair. I will strive to conclude my re-exam in the 5 minutes. Honorable Governor, first of all, in all the questions that have been fired at you during cross-examination and during the course of these proceedings, has the County Assembly of Meru produced any form of evidence that challenges the documents you have produced before this select committee?
Not a single evidence.
Have you at any moment ever admitted that you have made any illegal appointments? In your response, have you admitted of that wrongdoing?
I have not admitted any illegal appointment made by myself.
The role of the patron of Meru Youth Service, does it in any way collide with the role or the mandate of the board of that service?
No.
Does not. You have talked about your Okolea initiative, which you have been involved in for the last 10 years or so. When you became governor, did you abandon that initiative?
No, I did not.
Do you still get requests by the needy to support them through that initiative, even after you became governor?
The requests have increased.
They have
now as the governor.
They have indeed increased. Does your conscience rather allow you to turn down such requests merely because you become a governor?
No, to my understanding, I should even be more conscious to them than before.
Thank you. You have also been asked why you did not involve the county secretary to come and testify on your behalf or on any of those appointments that you've been accused of. Is it within your mandate to direct the county assembly to come and testify before the Senate on a personal matter touching on an accusation on a personal matter?
No.
Are you responsible for the utterances of your spouse?
Not at all.
You have also been told that you want to be excused merely because you are a woman. Have you sought to be excused for any wrongdoings because you are a woman?
No.
Kindly read page 18 of your volume 1. What have you said in your pleadings in respect to the gender issue?
That the challenges facing women in political participation have been recognized as a real problem in Kenyan government structure, leading to the introduction of the 2/3 gender rule that is yet to be implemented several years after inclusion in the Constitution. There's no law requiring gender parity in gubernatorial positions, which have been a practice reserved for men and women and left to compete like any other male candidate, and therefore those who go through this should not be brought down where there is no wrongdoing.
So have you in any way sought to be excused because you're a woman in your pleadings?
No.
You have not. Let us talk about the approach taken by the MCAs. Have any of the MCAs or any committee of the County Assembly of Meru ever summoned you in the oversight role to address any of the issues that now appear in this motion for impeachment?
Chair, there was no such question in cross-examination. By law, that question is not permissible in re-examination because it's new territory and will not have the opportunity to address it.
I abandoned that question, Chair.
Then the objection by Dr. Mudhomi is upheld.
Thank you. Let us talk about the disbursement of bursaries through Kasti Misheni. Has Kasti Misheni dispersed any bursary funds?
No.
Has she collected a list of any needy students and presented
No.
them for allocation of any bursary funds?
No.
Finally, Governor, you have been accused of not working with any of the leaders of Meru. What would you like to say in this forum, specifically to the members who have been elected to represent the great people of Meru? If you're given that opportunity and forum, what would you say to all these elected leaders that you are accused of vilifying, whether or not they are participating in these proceedings or not? What would you want to tell them?
I've been working with all members elected in Meru County, and for any case that maybe there is little misunderstanding between myself and any other leader, I've gone ahead to try and seek remedy to the situation so that I can work with everybody.
That is all?
It is not all, because from my own understanding, I've gone around over 26 once in Meru County, and in every ward, I've been accompanied by the area MCA. And in any other meeting that involves leaders in Meru County, my presence has been there.
Thank you. And for anyone who feels offended by your style of leadership, what would you like to say in respect to that issue?
Anyone who feels offended by my leadership, last 1 month and 1 week, I went ahead and apologized 70 times. And even now, I'm ready to apologize for anyone who feels offended.
Thank you, Honorable Governor. That will be all, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Counsel for the Governor, can you serve her with some water? Because she's still there. I now open the process to the distinguished gentlemen and ladies from the committee. Senator Roba.
Has the governor taken the water? Yeah, let her take the water. Thank you very much, Chairman. Honorable Governor, for some of the questions, just yes or no, that requires a bit of explanation, you will do. And for the benefit of, because the accusation that has been brought before us as an impeachment touches on you, and a lot has been brought out that is relating to attitude and roadside decisions and not getting along with the other leaders. My question very quickly is, after you were elected into office, having served in different capacity before, did you attend the induction courses arranged by Council of Governors to clarify roles, responsibilities, jurisdictions, and limitations?
Yes.
You have presented an evidence here, volume 2, from page 30 to the end, and the council can help you pull it out, your own evidence, volume 2. And there are a lot of photos of county first ladies and that. However, in the presentation by either your legal counsel or the key witness, it hasn't been clear what your intentions of presenting this additional evidence are. I would like to understand, by including this evidence, what did you want to achieve?
By including this evidence, I wanted to show that the role of first ladies were recognized then by the county assembly, the first governor and the second governor.
Okay, this is just to let you know, as a governor who have served for 10 years, other than some ceremonial representation, there is no budget or responsibility for county first ladies in county government. Yes. These images and photos that we've shown or previously publicized is just of them participating in departmental programs that has already taken shape. And as such, the illegality in terms of the spouses of the governors being able to play critical roles that are formal, it's not anywhere. It's just a goodwill of that. Now, on the norm of governors giving their, annual speeches or other speeches at the county, is that it's a very formal role. When we watched the video, you really looked combative, to be very honest. Even in your walking style, the way you've come, it was like you're spoiled for a fight. And I'm just, and the public have watched the video as it is. And again, unfortunately or fortunately, I've served for 10 years. And we've done these speeches. It's very formal, extremely quiet. The processes are captured. And you had quite a crowd following you up. It looked like you were prepared for some fight, some event, some show of force or something, yet it is some just procedural program that required you and your car, your security to drive into the premises and do what you are required to do. I really want to understand. I just saw the video of you walking very abrasively, actually, combatively, if I looked at it, because by the time you're walking, you're also throwing some words I could not understand, but I could see. I want to get to understand, were you pre-advised that there is a problem at the assembly?
Before the date or the day that I was to address the assembly, the clips have been played here where the MCAs and warned me that I should not attend and give my speech to the assembly because of the word fad. And when I arrived at the assembly, gate 1 was completely closed, and then I turned back to use the other gate. It was also closed. By then, people had started to gather at the gate.
Okay. The chief of staff in your county government, and the reason why I ask about whether or not proper induction was done, from the practice and for the formative years of the first 5 years of devolution, there was nothing to rely on. Second 5 years, there is institutional memory everywhere. This is personal staff of the governor. But then the evidence is presented of letters he has written to County Public Service Board and various other entities, including chief officers, the payroll manager, and everybody else, indicates that that is a clear role of the county secretary. And your chief of staff seems to be the most empowered or empowered staff in the county. And by the way, according to the guidelines given by Transition Authority earlier, simply you appoint that person yourself. It did not even require for you to take them through the board. I want to find out in all these documents that we have the head of public service, the county secretary. Why is it that the county secretary's documents or communication between the county secretary and the board is not apparent, but rather your chief of staff is the key player playing a legal role that ought to have been undertaken as legal responsibility by the county secretary?
Maybe one of the reasons as to why he appears to be a bit close or representing me, it is because most or more of the accusations that are against me, in all those meetings, he has been with me. And I thought he's the best person to understand the cases as per the impeachment motion or the accusations.
No problem. You could have given the same directive to your county secretary for him to
Senator,
directly respond.
Order, Senator. I want to appeal to colleagues. You bite twice, at the very most 3 times, and you give others a chance. So, Senator, maybe that will be your last bite. Proceed, Senator.
I want just to clarify, I haven't gone to the last, but I can cut it short, it's okay, I give the chance, but you could have directed your county secretary to write to various entities and get you the communication, because that's the formal position. And the county secretary would have done exactly what the chief of staff has done, right?
I stand guided.
Senator Sifuna.
Yes, Chairman, first, you know, my party leader likes to say, usione simba amenyeshewa ukadhani ni paka. It is very difficult for me to relate the person who has appeared before the Senate today and the person that I have seen in the videos there. And certainly very difficult to relate you, Governor, to the picture that was painted by Council for the County Assembly during his opening statement. I was convinced that you are ready to invade Isiolo and to invade Tharaka Nithi and the neighboring counties. But so, Governor, you know, the beauty with us is that we are politicians. There are certain political nuances that we will get that probably will escape the legal minds. And we want you to deal with us as your political colleagues. You have been a member of parliament. This chair has been a member of parliament for a long time. There is things we know between us, and you know what I'm talking about. But let me begin. The case has been laid out here that there were 2 impeachment motions. There was a first motion to which a court order was issued and it was stopped. In your testimony there, you have averred again that there was a court order that prevented you from attending the second impeachment. Governor, was there a court order for the second impeachment process?
From the advice by my legal person is that because the first order was given and the case hearing was to be January, he advised me that it will be contempt of court.
This was a second impeachment. You are saying your legal counsel advised you still not to appear for the second impeachment?
Yes.
It is also possible, Governor, that since you had seen, you yourself have testified that you knew that these people had already taken a position. It is okay to say that you decided not to go to those proceedings because you knew these MCAs had made up their minds. What we don't want to get a sense of, because we, as I said, we politicians pick up certain nuances. We know our own cleverness. So if we get the sense that you're being clever with us, it upsets us. So the second question, Governor, These appointments, you are aware that firefighting is a county government function.
Yes.
Firefighting is a county government function. So when you are asked and then you say that these people were going to be the ones making calls, in this area of Timau, what would you say would be the percentage number of people who have phones? Why would you need these two people to be the ones to call in case there are fires? What would you say? How many people in Timau don't have phones?
That was a request, Honorable Senator, from the resident of Timau.
That they wanted two people who could call the county government when there is a fire.
The number of people was entirely to me to decide because I was the one to pay them.
But these people were to make phone calls in the event there's a fire to the county government.
Not only phone calls, but also give assistance to the areas that have been with such issues.
Okay. Some more political cleverness. This question of the harassment of Honorable Mitili at this event where you are saying it was demanded by the crowd, Governor, in all honesty, had you spoken to that crowd about any of the previous events, the events of a preceding day that involved this honorable MCA, that could have incited or driven this crowd to make this demand?
It was my normal speech before he arrived, because I arrived before him.
Good. Did it touch on any of the matters that had happened prior between you and the assembly?
Of course, yes. I had to tell them that I was denied access, of which they knew, and they asked me, what is the way forward?
So you have seen us at rallies, here, all of us, saying, "Ni nyinyi mumesema sio mimi."
Yes.
You know, we know what we are doing. Okay. Lastly, Chair, there is this question of the accusation that you are working with the opponents of these MCAs. And in fact, one of them has testified here, Chair. I think it was the county secretary, is it the chief of staff? And we have seen another one in the video. Do you not see that this could be a genesis for the bad blood between you and the MCAs? Doesn't matter if you call me. Doesn't matter if you call me, but if you also call Bishop Margaret Wanjiru, and you are the person who has become president, and you are giving her all this prominence, and don't you see as a politician that that could be the basis of sowing discord between me and you?
Honorable Senator, the two people that have been accused of working with have been my long-time friends. And because they have been my friends and they lost the election, am I supposed to abandon them in my meetings?
So are you saying there are only those two?
They have brought two of them.
No,
I'm not aware.
The ones you're working with, Governor, are they only those two?
So many of them.
Of the ones who came number two?
No. Those who came number two, only one.
Okay. Finally, I want you to tell me, as a person who, I'm the Senator of Nairobi, I'm not intimately or intricately involved in the issues of Meru. What is the one solution, because we have tried many, if applied by this Senate in the county of Meru, everything would work? Is it this ward fund? Is it your impeachment? Is it the dissolution of the assembly? In your view, as a leader elected in Meru, what is this one solution if applied by the Senate today? Meru would be up and running again.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. The one solution that I think can solve all the problems is making the word FAD legal, or have a framework to work with.
I thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, because the Honorable Governor is a bishop, I want to take a biblical perspective. And I want to ask Governor Kawera Mwangaza, what does the Bible say about a loose tongue?
A loose tongue can cause many problems.
a loose tongue can actually burn down a nation.
Yes.
Honorable Governor, God gave you the victory, and I congratulate you. You are my colleague in the National Assembly. But did God give you the victory in order to go and trample upon everybody, to go vilify everybody, to go abuse other leaders? Were you given that victory, my sister, in order to finish yourself? Because I see a process of self-destruction.
Honorable Senator, God gave me the victory. And the word of God says that God will never share his glory with any man. I've tried my best to bring MCAs on board, but the only problem is word fat. The rest that has been rebelled against me is a narrative to cover what the demands are. From the time we started hearing the witnesses from the county assembly, they denied completely about them asking word fat. Until when the video clips were played, we came to understand that the problem was word fat. I've never and I will never fight anyone as a leader.
Okay, I may not understand Kimeru, and yes, Chair, this committee will be faced with a challenge of a very delicate balance of an assembly that will walk out on a governor, an assembly that shows defiance, but also we have seen clips of a governor who is, and it's not me, it's what we have seen in the clips, who is outrageously aggressive on other leaders, seems to be on our part. I mean, the body language can also be interpreted, even if I don't understand the language of Kimeru. But let me go on. No, the Bible also says that pride comes before a fall. I hope this victory will not be the cause for your fall. My sister, I also wanted, and let me just refer you as my sister because you know I am. Because you know this case puts some of us in a very precarious situation. And I have said it on the floor of this house. Because I contested for governorship in Kajiado. And I was hoping your success in Meru will propel me to governorship in Kajiado. But today, 3 months after the election, there is an outcry in Meru. Will really your behavior in Meru help to propel more women into positions, or will it bring us down? These are my worries, my dear sister. You know about the women movement. You know about the women who went before us. Akina Phoebe Asio, Akina Grace Ogot, Jane Kiano, Julia Ojiambo, Zipporah Kitony, Charity Ngilu, Martha Karua, and more recently, Governor Waiguru, Governor Cecily Mbarire, Governor Gladys Wanga, Governor Achani, Governor Susan Kihika. You know about the League of Kenya Women Voters? You know about Center for Multi-Party Democracy. You know what it has costed the women of this country to create space for leadership. Will you be the downfall of the women of Kenya? Will you bring because you must see your actions, not just to affect the people of Meru, but to affect the women movement, to affect the girl child, even those we have given birth to. I am sorry to speak this way, because you must be told the truth, that you must be able to tame your tongue. You must be able, now that you are the victor, to know that it is the victor who needs everyone else. It's not everyone else who needs you. It is you, the victor, who needs other people. My sister, I foresee a situation where you are
he doesn't go through the door of success, but he stands in the door of success, holds the door for other young people to go through. So I am allowing Tobiko to do what she's doing, because should the decision of this committee be that the governor will not be impeached, the governor should not leave here thinking that this committee has not seen the things that Tobiko is saying. And therefore, I'm allowing, because I, like Edwin Sifuna, Tobiko is saying, you've gone through the door, can you please hold the door and let other women go through, instead of spending that time fighting priests, fighting MCS, pushing the case of your husband. I think that is the way I understand it, and this is why I'm allowing it. So, but Tobiko, having protected you, allow me to guide you.
Question.
Allow me to guide you. I'm your elder brother. Allow me. Okay? You can do that, but also remember what Mandako is saying. You do it so that you are actually calling for some response. When she stands there, then a witness is not supposed to be lectured. He's supposed to give us information. Can you extract the information?
Asking the question now.
Very good.
So, Governor Kawira, 3 months after the general election, the Senate has been implored to overturn the sovereign will of the people of Meru. Would would you tell us what is fundamentally wrong and how are we going to address it? Because all these leaders cannot be here for nothing. Can you tell us how to address this situation?
Once again, Honorable Senator, let me repeat myself again. The only problem is the word fund. And I made a budget with 10 million for every word, that is 46 words, including the special word. And the MCAs were not ready to work with the 10 million. They insisted that the previous governors allocated more than 20 million. And within 3 months, there is no way I could have changed to earn money without legal framework as to how the money will be operated in the counties. That is the only problem.
Yes, and Senator Maruo.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I will start from where Senator Tobiko was laying a background to a question that gender mainstreaming has come a long way. From the time the American professor Margaret Sanger decided to take very many women to Beijing in 1995 to fight for space for women in the world. And we are very proud when we have women going to leadership positions that traditionally have been occupied by men. And we don't want to, at the end of the day, because we are being called upon by the motion, to either push you aside as governor, which would be a clawback, really, to the milestones that have been made in gender mainstreaming, or to retain you there. Sometimes when change has to come, it can come by just removing the top, and the whole organization then becomes okay. So what Senator Tobiko has done is quite good, that most of the issues that have been raised have to do with your mien, your soft skills, your interpersonal skills, your emotional intelligence, things that you can deal with and you can be trained on and you can change. But for me, I have looked at 2 issues that to me sound as the gravamen of this petition. Number 1 is the appointments, the roadside appointments. And initially we started by saying that...
Point of order, Chair. And please allow me.
Yes, Mandako.
I'm a bit lost. Are we prosecuting or advising the governor? Because we must stick to the substance of the motion.
1 minute to lay the basis, then I'm asking the questions.
You see, the trouble is, if you build the question for 3-5 minutes, then people dance.
Thank you. It was just 1 minute. Let me ask.
Throw the question at the governor.
Let me ask.
Yeah.
Chair, it has been difficult for me to draw a line between governor as the director of Okolea and governor as the CEO of the county during employment. Because at one point you're saying we are employing for Okolea, at another point you're saying you're employing for county government, but you are writing letters to try and find out if these employees are actually working for the county government. But now you're telling us at the end of the day that they are working for Okolea without giving evidence that these employees are drawing emoluments from Okolea, or they have appointment letters from Okolea. So how do you draw a line, Governor, for you as the director of Okolea and CEO of the county when you are in public? That is the first question.
Honorable Senator, I have never made an appointment on behalf of the county government of Meru. The entire exercise of employing lies to Public Service Board. For Okolea programs I have made. And that's why maybe we don't have any evidence from Okolea, same as we don't have any evidence of I having appointed anyone apart from the bubble anthracis, but no evidence. But for Okolea program, Honorable Senator, that lies with the Okorea office.
Thank you so much. So maybe for the future.
Senator Marua,
just one more.
I'll do another round, then you'll come during the second round.
Yeah, but for the same question.
Okay.
Then maybe the governor should draw a line so that you don't go ordering the county government officials, like the sub-county administrators, the ward administrators, to do the appointments on your behalf, because then it is posing a problem. Why don't you just do the last one, Chair? The last one is the spending at source at Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital. Already there is a board that allows that spending to be done at source at Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. Why did you have to order that all the monies are collected as revenue at MTRH to be expended at source? Yet already there is a law that allows that money to be expended there. Did you find that some money is taken to the revenue, county revenue fund account? And if that is so, why are you trying to reverse it through that edict that you are making? So we need to know. Otherwise, if we already have a board that is supposed to oversee the expenditure of the funds collected at the county Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, why did you have to say that money should be spent there? Why did you have to do that?
From my statement, I only advised or uttered a testimony that had earlier been discussed between myself and the board of Meru Referral Hospital, that they should apply the fund as per the MTRH Act.
So the money collected at the MTRH hospital was being swept to the CRF account. Is that what you're saying?
The board has its own regulations on how they apply the fund, which I'm not mandated to interfere.
Do you have that knowledge or you don't have that knowledge? That the money collected as revenue from Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, whether it is expended at source or it is swept to the county revenue fund account. Do you have that knowledge?
The board has the knowledge.
But Senator, Governor, Volume 2 of your own response, you have appended the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital Act that speaks to what the Senator for Taita Taveta is saying. Are you saying that this evidence is foreign to you?
No, Senator.
Yes, then you better own it, because even in their, when they were leading you, your counsels never mentioned this affidavit. And this affidavit actually turns the accusation against you in one of the charges, I think it's charge 5, in your favor. So just respond to this. Don't say you don't know. Respond to this so that it can be part of the record that you are not breaking the law. You are making decisions in line with an existing act. Marua is helping you. Sorry, on the same point, the governor, the Senator Mandela.
Yes, on the same point, I'm sorry, Chairman. I disagree with that view on the basis of legality. The PFM Act, Section 109, clearly, states establishment of a county revenue fund. They're established for for each county a county revenue fund in accordance with, but where the act is talking about is excluded, it's talking about legislations by parliament. And the legislation by parliament supersedes county legislation unless the PFM regulation is amended. That
Order, Senator. As your chair, I am not saying I know it better than you, but I beg you, these points of argument, we will prosecute them when now we are writing the report, because the same constitution that you're quoting, the actual article is 207. It provides, and it also provides that with legislation by parliament, this can be exempted, spending at source. So let's not prosecute it here. It will become untidy. Here we want to collect evidence. When now we are discussing it, we can do it when we have stepped aside, so that we don't look like saying Tianga is the one who is right and is wrong. Our secretariat is here. When we are writing the report, they'll give us the usual guidance that we get from the Senate on authority of the legal department. And the director of the directorate is with us here, Dr. Okello. So maybe we don't discuss the merit or demerit of the constitutionality or legality of a piece of evidence in plenary. I would like that we leave it there and we continue extracting evidence. Yes, Mandako, your hand has been up the whole evening.
Chair, thank you very much. Governor, I have a number of questions for you, and I will move very fast. And so that to help you respond to my questions, I will just go in the order of the charges that have been brought before this committee. Charge number 1 on nepotism, illegal appointments, and lawful dismissions and usurpation of the constitutional and statutory functions of county organs. Your Excellency, I have one of the accusations there is illegal appointments. There is an advert dated 22nd of November with a number of directors who are reporting, as per the advert, to the Chief of Staff, therefore indicating that those are directors in the office of the Governor. Question number 1. Does the county government of Meru have an approved structure, establishment for the county government? Does the county government of Meru have an approved establishment?
The county government of Meru has a public service board that deals with employment.
Madam Governor, if you read the County Government Act, the role of the county public services does the employment, but there is what we call approved establishment that determines the number of employees, the posts, and the offices.
Chair, Governor, your mic has a problem. That's probably the reason. It's too close.
Okay. Thank you very much. Madam Governor was asking, does the county government of Meru, the county executive, have an approved establishment? The establishment, in this case, determines the number of employees or staff for the county government of Meru, the departments, the posts that are available.
I'm only aware of the County Public Service Board.
My second question. These posts of directors that were advertised on 22nd, prior to you coming to office, did we have directors existing in that post, or those posts were vacant?
We still have the previous directors working with the county government of Meru.
By the time the County Public Service Board advertised those posts, were the posts vacant or the directors were still in office? And if they were still in office, what was to happen to their terms of service?
I'm not aware of any advertisement that has someone still working in the office.
In the response, volume 2, maybe Secretariat, you can help me quickly address I think that was page 16.
Governor Mandako, Senator Mandako, as you look for the reference, let's capitalize on time.
Yes,
I allow somebody else to shoot. And
I've already found it, Chair.
Oh, please go ahead.
And Chair, please give me time because you gave people time to lay the basis. I'm only asking questions directly. If you look at volume 2, page 67, there's an advert there running all the way to page 71 on a number of positions that have been advertised. And these are the Director Protocol and Events, Job Group R. We have Director for Delivery Unit, County Delivery Unit. We have Director for Monitoring and Evaluation. We have a Director for Administration. I'm only asking, Madam Governor, by the time this advert went out, did we have those posts filled or were they vacant?
They were vacant.
On the issue of on the issue of appointments of fire officers, in the meeting you had in Timau, before I go there, can I ask that, do you have, as County Government of Meru, firefighting trucks?
Yes, we have.
How many and where are they located?
We have 5.
Is it true that there is a firefighting engine in Timau that is not functional?
Yes, there is.
Was it therefore necessary to have 2 people to call when we have a fire engine that is not functioning in that sub-county?
We locate the machines where there is need. It is not necessarily that the fire engine is met for Timau. When need arises, we always send one to the area that is affected.
And what I'm asking, Madam Governor, is you have identified 2 people will be alerting the county government amongst the other functions if there are fires. But the fire engine in Timau, which be the nearest in terms of response, is not functional. Are there any attempts by your county government to make sure it is repaired and functional so that the 2 people that you have recruited under our Colea program can then be able to function?
By then, the fire engine at Timau was functioning.
From the evidence of your chief of staff, who seems or has committed himself that he understands all matters to do with this petition, why was it appropriate for the chief of staff to himself ask for information from the different departments and not through the county secretary and not through the secretary of the county public service board? Was it under your instruction?
No, it was not under my instruction.
Madam
Senator
Governor.
Senator Mandako, just put your finger there. That was part of my intervention, so let conclude it. Your answer, can you clarify? Because the counsel for the county assembly tried to get it from you, but he didn't push you well. This is the time. Were you deliberately avoiding the county secretary because he was not going to take instructions from you to give evidence in the manner you want to protect yourself?
No, I was not avoiding the county secretary because of any issue, but the chief of staff has always been with me in the meetings that most of the accusations has arrived from.
I put it to you that you need to persuade us better, because there is a County Government Act that clearly specifies the county secretary as the custodian of the responsibilities that your chief of staff has been discharging the whole afternoon. Can you convince us?
I stand guided chair that at no time that I have chosen to work with the chief of staff and then neglect the county secretary.
Are you aware of the County Government Act?
Yes.
And if you are, why did you bypass the responsible officer who is the county secretary? Instead, you bring here the chief of staff.
I thought this is a matter that is personal and not a county government case. Being my case, then I chose someone who understands the issues better. But if it was a county government case, the best person would have been county secretary.
Mandako, go on.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Madam Governor, in your own affidavit, on the reappointment of the cabinet, of the county secretary, your statement reads, the allegation of illegal reappointment is denied, and that the governor averts that the current county secretary was appointed in the previous regime and went through vetting by the county assembly, in which the mover of the impeachment motion participated in approval. His contract was extended by the previous governor without approval of the county assembly. Please underline, without approval of the county assembly. And the governor had to extend the contract again, owing to the crucial role the exiting county secretary plays in forming the new government. Just as I stopped there, when we asked your chief of staff, who has committed that he knows everything that goes around in there, your chief of staff said that the extended contract by the previous governor had not expired. Why was it necessary to reappoint? Two, you are already aware, Madam Governor, that the previous governor did not submit this county secretary for vetting by the county assembly as required. Did you have to continue with the same mistake that the previous governor had committed?
Honorable Senator, when I assumed office, I met Rufus Meriti, who is the county secretary for Meru, and he was mandated to be the chair of transition for a certain period. I chose to, at least for a few months, to continue working with him. I sought advice from my legal team and also the board, who affirmed that the contract had not lapsed. So I had no otherwise rather than to make a statement of intent that I will be willing to work with him even after this, if at all the Public Service Board agrees with my statement of intent.
Senator Mandago, I'll come back to you another round. Let me now open up to another senator. Esther, I saw your
just, Governor, because I didn't spend my time laying the ground, allow me to ask one question, just one, so that you come back the next round.
Senator, because you're my neighbor, I know those might be your winding remarks, and I want you in this meeting up to the end. So just
quickly, Madam Governor, on charge number 2, incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading campaigns against elected leaders. Did you, at any given time, call the MCAs by the word in Kimeru, which I am made to understand is fox?
I have not.
in dealing with matters at the ward. Madam Governor, are you aware that part of the responsibilities of the MCAs, and I want to draw your attention to the County Government Act, Section 9 on the role of members of County Assembly, 1A, that says, a member of County Assembly shall maintain a close contact with the electorate and consult them on issues before or under discussion in the County Assembly. Madam Governor, don't you think it was within the mandate of the County Assembly members to engage the residents of their various wards on the matters of this impeachment?
I don't deny it was their mandate, but the process and the way the MCs conducted was wrong.
Madam Governor, when the MCAs didn't approve your nominees for CCs, did you go ahead to reorganize your government so that the rest of the departments were collapsed under only 3 CCs?
Yes, Honorable Senator, after they approved only 3 CCs, with the advice, we reorganized as we sought to take some more names for approval later.
Are you aware that if you have to reorganize government, you must have a CC approval? And in this case, we are serving CCs who are to serve to the end of the term. Therefore, you needed to comply with that provision before reorganizing your government. And do you think in that reorganization, it was going to be effective for service delivery for the people of Meru County?
The reorganization we made, Honorable Senator, was not a permanent solution. It was a short-term mitigation as we take other names for consideration.
Yes, but what I'm asking, are you aware even that short-term reorganization needed the approval of the County Executive Committee meeting?
By then, we had no County Executive Committee.
Madam Governor, are you aware that the County Government Act provides that serving CCs serve in office up to until the new CCs are sworn in and assume office? So you cannot tell this committee and this sitting that there were no serving CCs.
The serving CCs from the previous regime, their contract had lapsed, all of them.
Madam Governor, I want to help you understand that the term of CCs end when the new CCs are sworn in to office.
Yes.
I think, Chair, I don't want to proceed. Let me allow another senator to ask, but I still have a number of questions.
In fact, Madam Governor, you will remember that you were written a letter to, and you were told to name names to go and sit on the transition committee to join names of officers led by the county secretary who are serving on Governor Krayudu's cabinet. True or false?
True.
Yeah, so the blunders you are making is because you ignored those people, pushed aside the county secretary, and started, with this aggression that you have, started driving Meru as personal property. Can you convince this committee that you did not break government, financial, procedures and regulations by that arrogance?
Honorable Chair, when I assumed office, the only person from the previous regime who was there in office was the county secretary. And I showed the willingness to work with him. That's why I not even take any name for consideration. By having county secretary who worked with the previous regime, doesn't show any arrogance. The rest of CECs who are working with the previous governor all went with him.
Chair, with your permission.
You know, Senator Mandago has guided you, and if you don't believe him, reflect when you are in these precincts of Parliament. When President Ruto was, when President Uhuru was forming his cabinet, he did not dismiss Kibaki's ministers. They only exited after his ministers had received approval and they were in office. Similarly, President Ruto did the same, including his list being challenged in the High Court. Because you're treating Mary like personal property, that's why you don't respect that government procedure. So should you get lucky, you'll be excused on this impeachment. You have to go and walk the straight path. Yes, Esther Okenyori, you intervene with a question?
Chair.
Yes, yes.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just because the governor seems not to get it, allow me to draw attention to Section 42 of the County Government Act, County Executive to remain in office after Election 1. When a general election is held for a county government, the outgoing County Executive Committee shall remain in office until a new County Executive Committee is constituted after the election.
Governor?
I stand guided, Chair.
Now that is better. Okenyori?
Thank you, Chair. Madam Governor, in as much as I sympathize with this process having come too soon after the election, allow me to ask you the following questions. Pursuant to paragraph 23 in your sworn affidavit, that is page 20, you have strongly expressed your feel that the mover of the motion, who is the Abogeta West Honorable Member DMK Kyogora, having personal issues with you. What is, however, not clear is why the remaining members of County Assembly went ahead to impeach you. Then therefore, do you think there's a problem you have with the rest of the MCAs who went ahead to impeach you? Secondly, I think there's a musician by the name Dolly Parton who sings a song that my mistakes are not yours just because I'm a woman. Madam Governor, the immediate former governor of Meru served the people of Meru and nobody questioned it. Do you think, Governor, that the accusations made about you regarding the first gentleman are made because you're a woman, or there is something drastically wrong that you did, that you're doing that the male governors didn't do? My third and last question, Madam Governor, do you still insist that all MCAs who have been politically influenced, or you truly appreciate with hindsight that you took the wrong foot forward?
Honorable Senator DMK Kyogora, as we shown the evidence of him having personal grudges, which has not originated from I being the governor. Even the time when I was the woman representative of Meru, he had the same issues. That's why I demonstrated a video of him trying to demean me even before I was the governor. And DMK Kyogora, being one of the leaders in the Assembly of Meru, has a lot of influence to other members. And to my thinking, maybe he has used his influence as a leader and also a person related to the previous regime governor, maybe to try and twist me to follow the demands of other members. And to make my point clear, Madam Senator, the only MCA who tried to support my case was removed from all the committees, and that puts a lot of fear to other MCAs who maybe sees the committees as a source of revenue and maybe having fears that in case they support the governor, they will be removed from the committees, just like the MCA who has supported me.
Madam Governor, as a beneficiary of Article 27 and all other enabling provisions of the law, are you confident that you've adequately adhered to Article 10 and Chapter 6 of the Constitution, that is the Leadership Integrity Act and Public Officers Act?
Come again, Madam Senator.
As a beneficiary of Article 27, you know what Article 27 of the Constitution, that is equality and freedom from discrimination. Then there are all those provisions down there. Are you confident that you've adequately adhered to Article 10 and Chapter 6 on integrity and the Public Officers Act? Am I clear on my question?
No.
That's a general question as an elected leader in that office and a Kenyan citizen conversant with our constitution. I'm actually touching on whether you as an individual feel you've adequately met these two areas I'm touching on.
Yes, Honorable Senator.
All right, thank you.
Senator Okech.
Thank you, Governor. The charges were read to you that you're familiar with. And how many grounds, in your understanding, have these charges invited?
From the Assembly side,
Yes.
the legal person said there are 62.
62.
Yes.
Volume 1 of your responses, is this your affidavit? Because I want to be as fair as possible with you, Governor. Can you confirm that this is your affidavit? The volume 1 of your documents?
Yes.
Are you familiar with all the provisions of Article 181?
181.
Or should I read them for you?
Yes.
I'm going to, this is very important for me, Chair. Article 181, because I'm asking this in the context that the governor has just said here that she is here in a personal capacity. Article 181 talks about the removal of a county governor, which is what I perceive you are here in that capacity. So before I ask the charges I want to ask, I will only focus on one charge, but I want you to tell you that a county governor may be removed from office on any of the following grounds. I won't go there because of time. There are about 4 counts for which a county governor can be removed. Then if you read again, Governor, the County Government Act, Section 33, the removal of a governor, not you as a person, but I'm talking about the governor of Meru County. A member of the county assembly may be, I wanted to read the sub-article, the section 33(6). In the special committee reports that the particulars of any allegations against the governor, again, I want to underline the word any, out of the 62. The governor, A, have not been substantiated, further proceedings shall not be taken under this section in respect of that allegation. Or B, have been substantiated, the Senate shall, after according the governor an opportunity to be heard, vote on the impeachment charges. So I'm cautioning you that you are here as the governor of Meru and not as an individual, and that leads me to my question on charge number 5. Charge number 5, Governor, is on violation of public finance management laws. And I want to draw you to your affidavit on page 39. Governor, in the allegation of breaching the public finance laws, you have said that this is a misconceived and sensational accusation. That is on page 39, okay? Are we there? Of volume 1. And if you found it, this allegation is made in complete ignorance of the fact that the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital is a gazetted level 5 hospital that is also a semi-autonomous.
Senator, you are emphasizing the law and the Constitution. Shoot your question.
Yeah, that's that. I am on the violation of public finance act according to the response. I want to interrogate the response that is given here by the governor. Governor, you are claiming that the evidence provided with regards to your pronouncements in the video that the county, the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital should not spend at source is not a violation of the PFM Act. Is that right?
Yes.
Because
to you.
The claim here is, Governor, that, and I was reading it until the chair intervened, you've said here that the evidence tendered in this support of the impeachment motion is an unverified video, which we watched here, and if anything to go by, we watch what was said there. And you've said that the hospital is a semi-autonomous county government agency to address its unique needs rather than sending the money to the county government. Is that true?
Yes, Honorable Senator, I'm trying to I'm trying to explain what happens at Meru General Referral Hospital, and I've annexed my statement and also the letters from the CEO, or the acting CEO, and also from...
My question is this, Governor. You have alluded in that statement that the financial management, especially with regard to spending at source, of the Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital is not subjected to a PFM Act because it's an autonomous body that is dealing with its own issues. Is that true?
It is subjected to the Act, and what I said is that they apply the FAD according to the law.
But, okay, that's fine. You are disowning your own statements in the affidavit, but that's fine. The last issue that I wanted to prosecute on with regards to the same is on the issues of waivers. Again, in the same affidavit, page 40, you have pronounced yourself to the issues of waivers, which you've said here, the practice of waiving hospital bills for the needy is not unique to Meru County and other hospitals, including Kenyatta Hospital, justifying your Facebook post that ordered a waiver in the hospital. Is it true that the waivers can be done without the PFM Act?
Honorable Senator, when I arrived at the hospital, I met the committee, especially the waiving committee, who handed over the list of people that they were supposed to waive. And I only exercised from the list that I was given, and they were ready to do that even before I arrived to the hospital.
Governor, who posts on your Facebook?
It is my communication team.
With your approval or without your approval?
Sometimes without my approval.
The post that was posted on your Facebook on the 6th of September, was it with your approval or without your approval?
I can't remember, Honorable Senator.
You can't remember?
Yes.
Okay, that will be all from me,
Senator,
Chair.
you're free to show her, and so you are free to show her the post.
Yeah, I wanted to show her the post.
Yeah. Pass it over to our secretariat.
Yes.
They'll give to the council, and then they should be shown.
Actually, it's also in volume 1 of
it's in the document?
Yes.
Then refer to it.
I'll refer to it very quickly. Yeah, if you turn to page, I think 128 of volume 1, 128 of volume 1 of the Members of County Assemblies Council. There's a Facebook posting there on 6th of September in which the governor claims to have ordered the waivers against Article 150, Section 159 of the PFM Act. That's why I'm asking you, Governor, the post that was put on your Facebook page on 6th of September, are you aware of it? Was it put on your Facebook page by your approval or by yourself?
I agree that the page is mine, and the work of posting or doing this is from my communication team, and maybe they were guided by the act which they saw, because they were not with me in the board with the members of Meru Teaching and Referral Committee to understand.
The question is very simple, Governor. Is the post your own post, or the post was through your approval? That's all I want to know.
No.
It was not by your approval?
It is mine, but I did not check what was written.
So it is your post?
It is my Facebook page.
Okay, that's all I want to confirm.
Madam Governor, if you must rely on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and so on, you must play by the rules. You'll end up in jail. If your account is being run by an administrator, then you must put a disclaimer on that account that all posts here do not reflect your personal position, unless they are initialed with something. Otherwise, you are well advised in the current times to run all your social handles by yourself.
And Chair, just for the record,
Yeah.
it is verbatim from this page. The governor says, last but not least, I have waived all hospital bills for the patients who are extremely poor and deserving with huge bills that are not held at the facility. In the affidavit, the governor says she met the committee prior to this posting. And under PFM Act 159, the powers of County Executive Committee member for finance to waive or vary tax, fees, or charges, the County Executive Committee member for finance may waive a county tax, fee, or charge imposed by the county government and its entities in accordance with criteria prescribed in regulations provided under here. If you read A, B, and C, which I'll leave it for the chair for the, and also the council of the governor, the criteria that is stated here, none of those are spoken to in the affidavit. So these are serious violations in my view.
Yes, Governor.
Honorable Chair, I stand guided that I will not repeat again the exercise or allow my team to post on my behalf without first seeing what they are posting. Because the post, even if it's mine, Honorable Chair, there was a meeting before then where all these issues were discussed between myself and the board, and they gave me a list of people that they wished to waive and go home.
Senator of Kiambu.
Thank you very much, Chair. As a layman, not looking to assist the governor. I do understand all waivers in the county, and in most cases, are given by the CEC's finance. But you have seen governors put them in the newspaper, governor is waiving the rates. So when the governor is doing that, I believe it's the cabinet that is doing that. But to the governor, I know what is going through your mind, and especially when you're answering questions from the young lawyers from the assembly, as young as less than 30 years, and with a lot of humbleness and humility. So I just wanted to pick that point, that if this house was to save you, continue with that humbleness. But my question, I do understand when new governments are formed, government bodies and entities attend inductions where they are trained on how the government systems work, how to serve the people, even the definition of what a motion is, like the one that we are discussing here today. So did you attend any induction?
Yes, Honorable Senator.
You did. What about the MCAs? Are you aware whether they attended inductions?
They attended induction, and they also invited me to the place.
So we can say, despite what is happening, everybody is well trained.
Yes.
On the issue of Okolea and the issue of the county government of Meru, which you're both the CEO of the county government and also the CEO or the director of Okolea, don't you think running them parallel is somehow undermining the way you serve your people? Because you're serving the same people, whether through Okolea or the county government, which actually has more tools than Okolea. Don't you think it's undermining the way you should work?
Honorable Senator, I always don't intend to run them in a parallel way. When we go for any development meeting, obviously we give people mic to say their problems and also address some of the issues that are raised in my meetings. Necessarily, are not meant to be. The problems are not meant to be solved by the county government of Meru. That's where now I chip in as the Okolea director. A good example, if a mama comes on board to a meeting and begs that she needs a cow, and in Meru County government, we don't have such a program. That's where I chip in and donate a cow. And I don't think, Senator, by doing charitable work or even assisting people that come to my meetings, even if the meetings are official, is a gross misconduct.
Well understood. Well understood. I understand for the county.
Senator Thangwa.
Yeah.
You are helping the witness. Witness, in accounts, there is an animal called double accounting. If this Senate allows you to run that monster called Akolewa or Kolea, we run the risk of allowing you to be diverting public funds, apply them on Okolea, and say that it was your own private initiative. If you think I'm very far from it, you have already done it. You've told this plenary that you went in a public function, you announced the names of people to Okolea, to Okolea, but it is not lost to us that in the process you went with a government car fueled by the government, support staff probably got per diem, and you went there bragging that it was your private entity. Please, as Senator Thangwa has said, the county government has a better tool of you to intermit through. Wait until when you are approaching elections, then you wake up your Okolewa things instead of running the risk of double account.
Chair, allow me to record my divergent view on that matter.
I was on the floor, Chair, and I have not at any time have I interjected anyone. Your Excellency, Governor, if somebody said you're still in campaign mode, would they be wrong?
Yes.
Do you know the role of the MCA?
Yes.
Okay. I won't ask you what are the roles, but do you at least know that they are not your employees?
Yes.
And of course, do you know you cannot order around an MCA to either explain an issue, to either execute a mandate, or to either even sing or dance?
Yes.
So from the videos that we saw, do you think that was right what you did to the honorable member, was he Mwenda?
Honorable Mwenda Idhiri came to a meeting and the residents asked him to apologize. If you listen to the video clips, I'm the one pleading with the crowd that should I apologize on his behalf? They said no. I repeated again, I want to apologize on behalf of Mwenda. They said no.
Okay. You said the issue is the ward fund, and it has really been mentioned here. And the way I understand, for us or for any county to have a ward fund, there must be a legal framework, which should either emanate from the county executive, but passed by the assembly, or emanate from the assembly, but still passed by the assembly. Now that you have said that's the only issue, what measures have you taken to at least try to show the goodwill that if at all this legal framework is there, we can just implement this ward fund?
Honorable Senator, there is no legal framework that is there that I've seen in my office. What I made is an approved budget where the previous governor had allocated 10 million ward equalization fund. I went ahead, invited all the MCAs that we have 10 million that is allocated to every ward. Can you come on board so that we can go to the ground and identify the projects that are going to be implemented by the same 10 million?
So
it's only one MCA who came on board, and he is now at the ground doing what he's supposed to do by the law.
Okay, so if the MCAs were to pass this ward fund, and of course it passes all the elements of being a good law, would you assent to it?
Yes.
Okay. As I conclude, Chair, you have been accused of working with others in place of MCAs. I did not get that. So working with others in place of MCAs, does that mean you have a different assembly that would pass laws for your side and you don't do that with the MCAs who are elected by the people?
Honorable Senator, unless the accuser is trying to misquote or to show that there are Korea programs that are run by myself and the church, which are done every Sunday in the afternoon, maybe that is an issue to them. And that one is not a political meeting. It's a charitable program whereby we help the poor, educate the poor, build houses to the poor. I don't see the reason as to why MCAs should complain about the Okorea program, which is not managed, financed by the county government of Meru.
Yesterday it was said that the governor is at war with everyone. So I want to put a question. Is it that the governor is at war with everyone, or everyone is at war with the governor?
Maybe the vice versa, that everyone is at war with the governor, but not the governor at war with everyone.
Why would they be at war with you?
Some of the issues that I've said, it's about the fund.
The fund.
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Chair, the governor has been referred here as Hitler. So allow me to ask this question. She has been referred to us as Hitler. And others have also accused her of revering them as Mbirwa. So in these two terms, Hitler and Mbirwa, if you were to choose one, which one would you choose to be referred as to?
None.
None. Thank you very much, Chair.
Members, now we are remaining with two. We have 1 hour for closing statements. So
Just only
I'll
one,
allow
Chair.
my vice 2 bites. Come out 2 bites. Yes, come out.
Thank you, Chair.
It's called come out.
Yes. Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Governor, I just want to ask you one question. Chair, I will only ask one question. It's a kind of a clarification that I want from the governor. In an event, Governor, that this committee finds no merit in your impeachment motion that has been brought before this committee, how are you prepared, or how will you demonstrate the spirit of collegiality between you and the members of County Assembly that, according to me, it is the one that lacks? And at the same time, I wanted you to demonstrate how will you do, or how will you deal with that problem, because this is something that you would have dealt with there before, but you left it at that
being the senior most politician in Meru, it exploded until it reached here. So how will you do, or how are you prepared to deal with that problem in an event that one will happen? Just that, Chair.
Yes, Governor.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Thank you, Chair. I will go ahead and extend olive branch to the MCAs. I've not done it once, but I will again and again invite them so that we can sit together as leaders. If the issue is Wadford, they fast track and see that there is a legal framework for us to have the fund increased so that they will be satisfied.
Senator Kavintu.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Governor, we know you've been standing there for a long time, but just bear with us. I'll have only one question, and this is from the volume 1 of the MCA's, accusation. And this is in page 18, which is incitement, bullying, vilification, and misleading of leaders against, misleading campaigns of against other leaders. Madam Governor, according to the witnesses who stood on that deck there and spoke, majority of them accused you of not having respect for any of the leaders, especially elected leaders of Meru County. What can you tell this committee about that allegation, and what are you prepared to do moving forward to make sure that you can work with the Meru people, and even if not now, in future, and for your own goodness, being a bishop, somebody who is called by God? What can you say about this allegation? Because it came out more than anything else.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. One of the reasons as to why maybe we are here, it is about the funds, and at the same time, being an independent governor. When I assumed office, a lot of people came on board, including leaders. And I want to bring to your attention that it is too early for one to judge a person. I'm in the process of learning a lot of things. I'm in the process of trying to organize my government. And maybe there are some people who feel that I should come to aid or do what they want me to do within a very short period. This is too early for me, maybe to give people some favors, which I don't believe in, Honorable Senator. But I'm ready, and I've been ready to work with all leaders, not only elected leaders, but any other leader, including the Nyumba Kumi and chiefs and everybody else. And if I was rude and the behavior as it has been narrated by the MCAs, I don't think the Meru people would have given me such a big position.
In fact, to be very clear, not only the MCAs and not only the leaders of Meru, that goes to even the Catholic Church. The father who stood in that deck yesterday, he was really, really bitter. To an extent, he said that, I don't know if you were here, but I think you were here. He said that there is no forgiveness in such a case like this. Yeah, and if a man called of God can say that there is no forgiveness, and Jesus says that we should forgive 77 times 7, in a day, then that really left me with a lot of questions. And I know at times things happen and things are said. When I was campaigning last year, many things were said about me. But you know what? I went above the things. Governor, I would advise you to go above the issues that you are going through. And I know it is doable because I did it myself personally. And I know you can do it and you can overcome.
Thank you.
If you go to the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012, page 9, 8 and 9, and you read there, you will see the things that our government and our laws require of us as leaders, because there are requirements for us to follow as leaders so that we can be at peace with the others. I know we cannot appease everybody, but at least let 90 out of 100 be at peace with you. Then that way you'll be able to deliver your mandate. And Chair, if you allow me, I will speak to Madam Governor as an elder sister now and advise you. Please, I know it is hard. It is not easy to handle a whole county. And it was not easy also for you to go through the campaigns. I know you were hurt by many people. But that hurt now, take it out of your heart so that you can love those people and serve them. Because they are your people now. And you are their governor. And they should all come to you as the CEO of the county, as the overseer of the properties of the county of Meru. And if you do that, God also will bless you. And what do you think people think about you, a bishop, and then they're accusing you of all those things that they are saying? You know, the name of God is looked down upon, and that is not godly. Just raise above the bar, and God will bless you. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. And maybe in just 2 minutes, I humbly request to put this clear, that the felicitation of the Catholic priest who was here is not that I don't want to work with the men of God. It was purely an issue of finances, whereby I'm supposed to pay invoices and funds out of law. And I don't think that is my mandate, Honorable Senator, not to be accountable so that I please everyone. It is against the law that I should bend and break the law to appease or to please everybody. Honorable Senator, I want to bring to attention that all the wrangles and all the problems, the only source is funds. To the issue of MCAs, nothing else. It is about funds. It is about the process of procurement, which I'm not ready to break as a bishop and also a leader. I'm not ready to excuse any person, maybe wearing a title of a clergy, to loot public land so that I look good to everybody. Even Jesus himself did not look good to everybody. He earned Judas in his team. But for me, Honorable Senator, I believe that I am a woman of God, and the Bible says that we thrive to get peace. It is not easy, but the Bible says that thrive to be at peace with everyone. I have done so, but I'm not ready to break the law so that I will look good to people. Thank you, Honorable Senator.
Thank you. I want to allow Senator Mandako to make.
Thank you very much, Chair. Two questions. First, I want to remind the Honorable Governor that I hope she still remembers she's under oath. I want to reconfirm from you, Governor, is it true that the contracts of the directors that we discussed had expired? Are they still earning a salary? Two, would you be okay if this committee seeks further information on that, including getting the whole IPPD payroll here for analysis to just confirm that those directors are not earning?
Honorable Senator,
Governor.
I want to confirm that the post that has been advertised, as much as I know, from the Public Service Board are vacant. In the previous regime, we had people taken from other departments to do jobs which were not meant to be done by them. By the time I came on board, they were taken back to their departments. That's why, up to now, I don't have a protocol director. I don't have a monitoring and evaluation director. So many offices are vacant. And that's why I sought advice from Public Service Board. If at all they can assist me to get my office running. I was advised that the previous regime and the contract which has now expired. And that's why maybe the Public Service Board advertised the positions. There is no way, Honorable Chair, that the Public Service Board will go ahead and advertise a position that has a person in office.
Thank you.
Chair,
And
Chair.
to conclude for us, just a
Allow
minute
me
now.
to finish this one question.
Just a minute. Oh, I thought you had two.
No, it was that for clarification. Thank you very much. Governor, on the matter of forceful entry to the Assembly, you are received by the Speaker, you signed the visitor's book, you are ushered into the chambers, you sat in your seat correctly, and the Speaker invited you to address the County Assembly. As soon as you had begun delivering your State of County address, there was a walkout by the members of County Assembly. Was there any MCA left in the chamber that alerted the Speaker that there was no quorum in the House?
No MCAs.
So the Speaker, so are you telling this is that the Speaker on his motion noticed there was no quorum and adjourned the House?
He noticed in his own capacity that there was no quorum and adjourned the House.
Thank you very much. If I was there yesterday, the Council for the County Assembly had some questions to answer. Thank you.
Chair, one more.
Thank you. Before I give you, I saw the light of Okechi. Okay, let's just sum it up. Thank you, so that we get the
I just wanted to check with you, Chair, whether these were were final remarks, and in that case I can proceed. If you're still interrogating the witness, then I'll wait for me to make my final remarks.
I forgot in my line of thoughts just one question to the Governor. Your Excellency, this committee is going to give recommendations, and they can go either way. What if, I want to hear your thoughts, because I said here yesterday, I think it was yesterday or in the morning, that from what I have seen here, the problem is more egocentric than constitutional crisis in the county. What if this county, this Senate, was to propose that the president invokes Article 192 of the Constitution that says the president can dissolve a county government if a commission of inquiry has been formed to investigate. But if this committee was, the Senate was to propose that, because it seems that nobody wants to work with the other, what would be your comment?
Thank you, Honorable Senator. I think, to me, it would be unfair to me because it is barely 3 months that I've been in the office. It is good to give some issues time. There's a saying that says, time heals. Maybe we are in the process of, or we are in the teething problem, whereby the governor and the MCAs, because during my campaigns, I was doing it all alone. I've never had a chance to mingle with the MCAs, not any one of them. We just met after elections. And I thought it was good for us, at least to have time together, work together, and see if these problems will be healed by time, if not mediation. But from my side, I'm ready. And I have been doing so from the word go, trying to bring them on board, including appealing to the President of the Republic of Kenya to try and unite us. That shows the willingness to work with them. Thank you, Honorable Senator.
Chair,
One minute, members. Let me ask my 2 questions, then we shall make a decision on how to use time. We need to sort out some issues so that I can contribute during report writing. 1, the County Assembly has filed a document, and on page 59, the County Assembly has attached a letter from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I would like you to clarify whether you have ever appeared before EACC to respond to charges.
The EACC wrote to me after a letter.
Have you appeared to EACC?
No.
No.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Number 2, it is all not about Ward Fund, because one of our witnesses, I think it was Lucy, from the Lucy or Eunice, from the Lucy. Lucy told her that your interpersonal skills are so bad that you don't recognize nominated MCS. You tell them women who won their seats through the blanket. Can you, under the blanket, can you speak to this evidence so that we know how to treat it?
The evidence, Honorable Chair, is null and void. I have never, to any MCA, that she was given a chance under the blanket.
The last point that I have is your husband, the first gentleman. Looking at MCS, both on the videos and here, they are not mad people. It looks like they find it difficult to work with your husband. Given that it is a fact of law that there is no budget for the office of First Lady, First Gentleman, First anything. There's no such a budget, there's no such a law under the county government. Are you prepared to ask your husband to take a backstage and keep out of any offensive public functions? And by this I mean the functions where he wouldn't be needed. Would you be prepared for purposes of Meru going forward?
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order. There are many now.
Here.
Start with Esther and Kamil.
I'll come to Mandako later. Yes, Esther.
Yes, you are actually cautioning the council there against addressing the first gentleman as your husband.
No. I was cautioning him about the English.
And you're using the same.
Just a minute. That husband of yours. There's a difference in English between that husband of yours and your husband. That husband of yours is abusive, but your husband is respectful. That's it.
No, Chair, let me defend you from Senator. He has used it properly.
Yes. Yes.
Chair, with a lot of respect to you, Chair, I want to completely disagree with you. In that, the first gentleman of Meru County in social events, Chair, can be sent by Her Excellency to represent her in functions. Mr. Chairman, it is a tradition all over. And it's a practice that has been practiced by all governors when they are unable to attend functions, Chair, that are not official in nature or social in nature within their counties or even outside their counties. They have sent their spouses to represent. So we are not going to gag the first gentleman of Meru to attend social functions, Chair. We have, I think there is, we are just found in a situation where we are not used to having the first gentleman. In fact, I was asking, when they go for the first spouses meeting, there would be only 7 men out of how many women. It's a very unusual situation that we have to learn to get used to. However, what we don't expect is the first gentleman to get involved in the running of the affairs of the county government of Meru. To Chair, I'd also asked for a point of order earlier, and you asked me to wait on the Okolea program. Unless there is complete evidence that the governor is using county resources to run Okolea, it will not be fair to ask the governor to abandon a program that she has built for over 10 years. Chair, you are aware that leaders run their personal foundations, not necessarily for official work they are doing, Chair, but to address other societal social issues that cannot be addressed using public resources, unless there is completely evidence that Okolea is being run by public funds. It would, in my considered opinion, it would not be fair to ask the governor to abandon a program she has started and run for 10 years. And for 10 years, she was not the governor of Meru and the program was running. So I think we have to get evidence that Okolea is using county resources for us to really ask the governor to abandon that kind of program.
Very well. I think, let me handle this point of order.
You can rule for
I
both.
think you have a point of order?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, my point of order, Chair, is about the timing, because you're at midnight. And the timing that you had given, or the direction, is that we'll go for recess or some break, then we come back for the final submissions. It's already midnight, and if we continue like this, then we'll stay up to morning. Please, I seek your indulgence.
Thank you. That is for you, with your indulgence. Members, we try to be reasonable when we are in session. I was very specific that could the Senate, the governor, clarify whether the first gentleman, your husband, who appears to offend quite a number of people, specifically MCS, could step back from public functions, the official functions. In the many years I've been in public service, I have never seen the First Lady address an official function of government. Not Jamhuri Day, not Mashujaa Day, nothing. But social issues, including matters of religion, you can go on with it. The videos I've seen, your husband is very conspicuous. Not in a bad way, but he likes his music. He's like me. I'm very conspicuous with my bulls. So that's how people are. So is it possible that we step back? Governor Mandako, as far as my advice on the Okolewa is concerned, I wanted you to learn from Governor Kreitu, a man we respect a lot. He's a senior counsel. He knows the law. You saw when he wanted to continue with those kind of activities, he regularized. Tuaweza? It's called Tuaweza? Yeah. He regularized it. And the lawyers are here will tell you, by allowing the CEC to make a resolution it made, it regularized it so that this could be able to be above board in terms of spending on it. So if Okolewa must go on, you should see a way of either divorcing it completely or regularizing by asking your county executive committee to take a position on it so that we don't break the law. I can hear members wanting to confirm.
One more thing I forgot, Chair.
1 minute. Mwaruma? Mwaruma, you have something. I'll come to you, Tobiko. Mwaruma, I saw you talking.
No, I have said, I had talked about the timing.
Okay.
That we need to reduce on what we are doing so that we can go for a break.
Okay.
And come back for the final submissions.
Okay.
Others would spend the whole night here.
Tobiko?
Yeah, Chair, my two supplementary questions, and I'm not going to add anything. One, Governor Kawera, do you have a technical team of advisors?
Yes, I have a
because
legal
this
advisor.
looks like there are too many goofs in the short term you have been there.
I have advisors.
Two.
State their names and what they advise you on.
I have a legal advisor by the name Adero, political advisor by the name George Mungania, and economic advisor by the name Kiambi.
Two, notwithstanding the fact that you're popularly elected, do you really have the capacity to bring Meru together? Do you have the capacity to lead Meru? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Senator, I have the capacity to lead Meru, and not only capacity, but extra capacity, because of the grace by God, the spiritual anointing added to the political will makes it big. And just give us time, Meru will be the best county among the 47 counties of Kenya.
Yes, Mandako?
Yes, Chair. Let me ask the governor. In her last statement, she said she has done everything possible to try and bring the leaders of Meru together, including asking the president. Madam Governor, the president was in your county. You deliberately skipped to attend that function. Is it true, really, what you are telling us?
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Some issues I will not discuss in this place, given the sense that the one I may discuss I'm not mandated, but I did not skip the meeting just for the sake of doing it. There was communication, and I don't want to lay it to this house.
Chair, Madam Governor cannot say, I've reached out, and when we ask her whether she skipped, she becomes dodgy. Madam Governor, if you read again the County Government Act and the functions of the various organs, the senior-most leader in the county is the governor. And by law, the governor can ask for a meeting of all the leaders to discuss. Are you telling this sitting that you explored all those options so that by the time you are here, all options of mediating or trying to mitigate these matters had been exhausted? And if that is so, because the decision of this committee will go either way, we can agree with the county assembly or not agree with them. Would you be comfortable, you as the senior most leader of Meru, if the decision of this committee is to agree with the impeachment and Meru County has to go to election 3 months after general election?
Thank you, Honorable Senator. May I say that I am able to bring all leaders together. But you've seen from the videos that have been played here, the MCAs insisting in their music that it's Kaende, Kaende. There is no way I could have convinced them. We sit down, they said, unless they bring their governor to Senate. That is the only time we shall sit down and talk. And that's why you saw them in the video, singing that they will not stop. And they will not accept anyone to talk to them unless they take their governor to Senate. And because maybe they have fulfilled their desires, they will accept, we sit down and talk. But it's very unfortunate, Honorable Chair, that not once have I invited them, we sit and have dialogue. I don't know, and I don't want to put it, that maybe there are some influences which I don't want to allege, that some people somewhere maybe have been sponsoring the MCAs with some reasons best known to them. But because we have reached at this level, let us give it some more time.
Very well. Madam Governor, I would like you to take what Senator Mandako has said very seriously. Everything is based on the Constitution. And this Constitution anticipates the following, that the county government of Meru can go on without you.
Yes.
The same Constitution does not anticipate the county government of Meru going on without MCS.
Yes.
So you must go all out of your way, I don't know how this committee will decide, and find a way of working with MCS. Because they can go on without you, you cannot go on without them. What do I mean? This impeachment can decide to send you away, and a new governor will come into office. And the MCAs will be in office. On the flip side, for the MCAs to go away, they can only go away under 192 with you through suspension of the government. After 90 days, you go into election, and that's the end of you. So you need them more than they need you in terms of survival. So should this committee so decide, you have to bend your way backwards. And I think, don't listen to me, the only person who have spoken to your heart here is Senator Kabintu. Become friends with her.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
On your last statement, let me also go on record to differ with you that the MCAs also need the governor of Meru as much as the governor of Meru needs the MCAs. You can buy time, Chair, and remain for 5 years, but I can assure you they will not be re-elected. And if they want to learn a lesson, they can visit Makueni County.
Okay, so Governor, I would now like to congratulate you and thank you for your patience. There are many who came on my page and attacked me that you have allowed the governor to take the podium and she's going to destroy herself. She's going to destroy the evidence because she's a very temperamental person. I started panicking because I didn't want us to spoil this beautiful process that we have achieved. You've come out very well. You've maintained your composure. You've been able to respond to all questions. We thank you. I thank the other parties, especially the governor, for the way you have guided her. And I want to thank the county assembly for the respect that we have maintained, because I thought this was going to be a very hot session. Thank you so much for all this respect. This is now 15 minutes past 12. We want to reconvene at 30 minutes past 12, so that we do submissions either way. Do I take it that you want to submit for 30 minutes? Council for the County Assembly?
Yes, Chair, we would pray for 30 minutes, and I'll be sharing that 30 minutes with my colleague, Mr. Jacob Ngwele.
Thank you. The Governor?
Equally, Honorable Chair, 30 minutes will do for us. We'll share it between myself and my learned friend.
Very good. So, my good kid sister, Her Excellency the Governor of Meru, please step down. Your session is now over.
Thank you.
So, mwanzo kupanga vitu. Au sio? Hii yangu mpepe tu mpeleke huko, nitatumia maneno yenye nitaandika hapo. Kasi. It's been very nice. So, members will withdraw to the launch a little bit for 15 minutes. This witness.